Chapter 1600. The colorful light spread out like a cloud of stardust, covering a large area. Wherever the light touched, the sea of blood melted away, revealing the hidden battlefield. The 4 Blood clan members, who had just gathered together, saw the stardust approaching them before they could react. They hurriedly activated their blood-red light to protect themselves. But the strange thing was that the colorful stardust ignored the blood-red light and directly invaded their bodies. The next moment, the 4 Rikahiras were shocked to find that they could no longer control their bodies. What's going on? One of the Blood clan members was shocked. Another member of the Blood clan looked up and saw the figure of a huge, colorful butterfly star beast. At this moment, this huge butterfly star beast was gently flapping its wings and silently flying towards the depths of the battlefield. Dancer! The Blood clan member, Rikahiras, recognized the butterfly star beast at a glance and was shocked. The other Rikahiras also saw the butterfly star beast, and they were all grief-stricken. As Sunshine clan members, there were very few star beasts that could pose a threat to them. Even if they were all Sunshine clan members, ordinary star beasts were no match for cultivators of other clans in terms of fighting skills. But some star beasts were different. Those star beasts had lived in the universe for countless years, and each of them had mysterious magical powers. Under normal circumstances, even Sunshine clan members would retreat if they encountered such star beasts. Fortunately, most of the time these star beasts would not kill easily, so as long as they avoided them, there would be no problem. These star beasts, which had lived for countless years and could pose a threat to Sunshine clan members, were basically ancient species. Dancer was one of them. The Sunlight of the Blood clan knew of the existence of the Dancer because, not long ago, they discovered the whereabouts of the Dancer. She had fought with some powerful existence and was injured. Then, she came to this part of the starry sky and hibernated on a desolate star to heal her injuries. Under normal circumstances, this kind of healing process would take at least a few hundred years to complete. Therefore, although the Blood clan members had discovered Dancer's whereabouts, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, as long as they did not provoke it, it would not do anything to the Blood clan members. But now, she had left the desolate planet where she hibernated and barged into this battlefield. Why is Dancer here? One of the vampires, Ri Zhao, asked in surprise. As he asked, he spread out his arms and swayed up and down along with the Dancer's wings. Not only were his arms swaying, even his steps began to move. It looked like he was dancing. As expected of Ri Zhao, his dancing was really good. It doesn't make sense. The other Ri Zhao also began to dance. He was confused. He couldn't understand why Dancer, who was supposed to be healing, would suddenly barge into this battlefield. Not a big problem. The third vampire, Sunshine, said. Although the Dancer's talent was mysterious and unpredictable, and even Sunshine couldn't resist it, causing a slight change in the battle situation, their cultivation was still profound. As long as they could hold on for a while, they would naturally be able to get rid of the Dancer's influence. Even Ri Zhao of the Blood tribe was dancing, let alone the other cultivators. At this moment, wherever Dancer went, all the Blood tribe, Insect tribe, and even human cultivators were affected by her. The reason the blood sea melted was not because it evaporated or anything, but because the Blood tribe was affected by Dancer. They couldn't exert their strength, so the blood sea naturally couldn't be maintained. On the warship, a group of people beside Lu Yi were singing and dancing. Even Hoopa wasn't spared. At this moment, his tiger eyes were wide open, and he was twisting around on the deck, looking very confused. Yi danced beautifully. Her posture was as graceful as a fairy's as she danced in circles around Lu Yi. As she spun, she was at a loss as to what to do. Lu Yi, I can't control myself. Lu Yi admired her performance and nodded. It's fine. Turning his head, he saw that everyone on the battleship was dancing. Shui Yuan was even dancing with Hua Xiai. The two of them were facing each other, and their eyes reflected the other's panicked expression. However, Their bodies were out of control. Wangu Lu, Tao Yan, and Zhou Xingji, who had experienced the power of the butterfly star beast, looked at each other in the lively crowd and saw the complicated look in each other's eyes. Last time, the three of them danced for a whole day under the influence of the butterfly star beast. They regarded it as an unerasable stain in their lives, and they didn't dare to think about it, let alone mention it. Fortunately, after such a long time, they gradually forgot about that embarrassing experience. Who would have thought that it would happen again? And this time, it wasn't just the three of them. More than half of the creatures on the battlefield were affected. As the butterfly star beast went deeper and deeper, more and more creatures were affected. Not far from Lu Yi, Luan Xiao's face was bright red. She was in the late Moon Jade realm, a pillar of the Jade Conch realm. But now, she was dancing in front of so many Jade Conch realm cultivators. It was completely inappropriate for her to do such a thing. But looking around, she wasn't the only one dancing. The entire worship was dancing. Outside the worship, the Blood Tribe and the Insect Tribe on the battlefield were also dancing. Even Ri Zhao of the Blood Tribe wasn't spared. Fellow Taoist Lu, what's going on? Luan Xiao looked at Lu Yi and asked. Her tone was a little strange, as if she was singing. What she wanted to ask was why Lu Yi wasn't affected. Almost everyone was dancing, but Lu Yi was standing there quietly. He seemed like a crane in a flock of chickens. It's a good thing, Lu Yi replied. He thought that facing the 4 Ri Zhao of the insect tribe would be a dead end. Who would have thought that the butterfly star beast would suddenly enter the battlefield? Such a variable was naturally a good thing. How is it a good thing? Luan Xiao said bitterly. She danced and did a split in front of Lu Yi. As expected of a late-stage Moon Jade realm weapon cultivator, her body was unbelievably soft. Her split was perfectly straight, and her beautiful legs were long and slender. Lu Yi was stunned. Luan Xiao's face was as red as blood. She glared at him fiercely, as if warning him to stop looking. Lu Yi quickly withdrew his gaze and licked his lips. He glanced in the direction of the 4 Blood Tribe cultivators and suppressed the urge to take their lives. Instead, he turned to look in the direction the butterfly star beast flew. Is the Bone Sun working? In the spirit ocean, Li Shang also noticed the change outside and asked. The Bone Sun was a treasure obtained from the fortune roulette. Lu Yi didn't know what it was used for. However, on the way back to the 9 prefectures, Lu Yi and Li Shang figured out the use of the Bone Sun. Its sound could attract the star beasts in the starry sky. As for the specific reason, Lu Yi didn't know. It was because every time he blew the Bone Sun, a star beast would attack. He had seen the strangeness of the butterfly star beast with his own eyes. He also noticed the strength of the butterfly star beast. After all, it was a powerful existence that could compete with the bluebird. Although it was no match for the bluebird, the fact that the butterfly star beast could compete with the bluebird meant that its strength was extraordinary. Lu Yi also knew that the bluebird escaped into this starry sky after it was injured. Therefore, when Lu Yi sensed that the situation was not good, he took out the Bone Sun and blew it. He wanted to see if he could attract the butterfly star beast. However, nothing happened for a long time. Lu Yi thought that the butterfly star beast had gone far away, but that the sound of the Bone Sun had no effect on the butterfly star beast. However, he didn't expect that the butterfly star beast would suddenly appear at this time and turn the already chaotic battlefield into a complete mess. However, Lu Yi wasn't sure whether the butterfly star beast had come here by chance or was attracted by the sound of his Bone Sun. The 4 great vampires were singing and dancing over there. For the time being, there was no threat. Therefore, he could ignore them. Now, he had to quickly verify the reason why the butterfly star beast had come here. If it was really attracted by the sound of the Bone Sun, then this matter was very promising. Under Lu Ye's close attention, the sea of blood melted wherever the butterfly star beast went. After a short while, the butterfly star beast stopped in a certain area. It gently flapped its wings and stopped moving forward. Lu Yi was overjoyed. He was sure that the butterfly star beast had been attracted by the sound of the bone sun because the place where it stopped was exactly where he had put away the bone sun. Obviously, the butterfly star beast had sensed the aura of the bone sun and was sure that the sound of the bone sun had appeared here last. Therefore, it stopped here. After realizing this, Lu Yi flew into the sky and headed in a certain direction. The decisive factor in this battle was Ri Zhao. The four great vampires, Ri Zhao, were not a threat for now. So, as long as he could get rid of Bai Jin and the two insectoids, he would win this battle. However, if he wanted to deal with Ri Zhao alone, it would be impossible. He could only rely on the butterfly star beast's power. He was very fast. In order to reach the designated location as soon as possible, he didn't care about his own body's exhaustion. In just half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi arrived at a certain part of the battlefield. From where he was, it was the battlefield where Ningbo Ao and the others were fighting against Bai Jin and the others. There was also a sea of blood on the battlefield. It must have been caused by Bai Jin. The auras of the 6 vampires were clear, but the auras of Ningbo Ao and the others were clearly showing signs of exhaustion. After all, fighting in the sea of blood meant that they had no advantage in terms of terrain. Plus, Ningbo Ao and the others had to deal with the 6 vampires. How could they be a match for them? If the 3 vampires hadn't been attracted by the sacred blood and left, Ningbo Ao and the others would have been in a worse situation. Looking past this sunny battlefield, further ahead was the position of the butterfly star beasts. It could be said that the butterfly star beasts were on the same line on the battlefield of Lu Yi and the 6 great suns. After confirming that the location was correct, Lu Yi immediately took out the bone sun and placed it next to his mouth. He stirred up his aura and gently blew into it. At the same time, he looked at the butterfly star beast. Along with the deep sound of the bone sun, the body of the butterfly star beast stationed in the starry sky suddenly moved. Chapter 1602. Bai Jin was not exaggerating. It was the truth. The physique of a sunshine cultivator was extremely strong, and he was full of vitality. Even if he did not use any energy, he would be able to recover in the blink of an eye with just his physique alone. That was why he said that even if he stood here and let Lu Yi attack him, Lu Yi would not be able to kill him, because the injuries caused by Lu Yi would heal very quickly. A constellation cultivator would never be able to expand an injury to the extent that it could threaten Ri Zhao's life unless he exhausted his vitality. But Dancer's influence was limited. How could such a small injury exhaust Bai Jin's vitality? After saying that, Bai Jin suddenly felt that something was wrong. The injury that should have healed quickly seemed to be blocked by some kind of power, and it did not heal immediately. He could not help but be surprised. The only thing that could affect the recovery of Ri Zhao's physical body was always Ri Zhao's power. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Lu Yi, a constellation cultivator, to do so. In fact, it was not Lu Ye's power that affected Bai Jin's recovery, but Hui's power. As a member of the soldier race, the Ho itself had many strange abilities. The Cyan Hall inside allowed Lu Yi to obtain the legacies left behind by his ancestors, tempering his blade techniques. The Ho itself was not only extremely sharp, but also had a tearing ability. A strange power lingered around the wound caused by Hui, and under the influence of that power, it was very difficult for the wound to heal. Lu Yi could even use Hui to control this power, causing the wound to tear apart. It could be said that if Bai Jin and Lu Yi were both constellations, even if we only made a small wound, Lu Yi could expand it and continue to tear the enemy's body apart. It was less effective against Yu Yao, and even less effective against Ri Zhao. Otherwise, Lu Yi only needed to use Hui to rapidly expand the wound and kill Bai Jin on the spot. How much power the Ho could unleash would depend entirely on Lu Ye's cultivation level. After the soldier tribe recognized its master, its power would gradually increase along with the strength of the weapon cultivator it recognized. In other words, it would be unsealed. Because every soldier tribe had existed for countless years, they themselves were top-notch treasures. Even if it couldn't kill Bai Jin on the spot, Pyrolite's power was still working, which prevented Bai Jin's wounds from healing quickly. Although Bai Jin was a little surprised, he did not panic. If Lu Yi could only use this much strength, it would be very difficult to kill him in a short period of time. Of course, it would be hard to say if it took a long time. Under the premise that his injuries could not recover quickly, as long as there was enough time, Lu Yi might really be able to cut off his head. Ningbu Ao and the others watched with wide eyes. They were in a rush. When they saw that Lu Yi wasn't affected by the dancer, they thought they could turn the tables. But in their excitement, they forgot about the huge difference between Lu Yi and Bai Jin's cultivation. Realizing that Lu Yi wouldn't be able to kill Bai Jin in a short amount of time, Luo Xie shouted, "Young friend, hurry and send a message to Apeiron." This was a good opportunity. Lu Yi could move freely and there was no one to stop him. As long as he left the battlefield for Apeiron would be able to get information on this side and make preparations. Lu Yi ignored him and stared deeply at Bai Jin in front of him. Bai Jin's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. The next moment, he saw Lu Ye's body shine with a bloody light. It became a ball of blood that wrapped around his body. A secret skill of the blood path? Bai Jin was shocked. He didn't know why Lu Yi was using a secret skill of the blood path. Using a secret skill of the blood path in front of a blood was like showing off in front of an expert. But then, a powerful and strong divine nature enveloped him. Bai Jin, who was dancing in the blood ball, had a great change in expression as he cried out in shock. After he screamed, his power dropped. Although it didn't fall below Riri's, it was barely enough to keep him at Riri's level. Inside the ball of blood, Lu Yi held the Pansha knife in a reverse grip. His other hand gripped the scabbard tightly. Then he assumed a strange posture. In the next moment, his body spun, and the Pan Mountain saber slashed fiercely and swiftly at Bai Jin's neck. The ferocious slash deepened Bai Jin's wound. Bai Jin frowned in pain, but compared to his injury, he was more shocked by the holy aura Lu Yi was displaying. Another slash came down, and it seemed to be faster and stronger than before. The third slash, the fourth slash, Lu Ye's body spun faster and faster until his entire body became a blur. A storm of blades swirled around him. Windmill. Although he had only experienced Qing Fu's dual blade secret technique once, he had been fighting against Qing Fu for a long time, so he had more or less grasped the essence of the dual blade secret technique. Although he couldn't perform it as freely as Qing Fu, he could still perform it. The only difference was that he didn't have dual blades, only a scabbard. Thus, the power of the technique wasn't satisfactory and could only be displayed by half. Normally, Lu Yi wouldn't have used a secret skill like that in a fight. It would have been exposing his weakness to the enemy. But now was the perfect time to use it. Bai Jin couldn't fight back, and he had Riri's body. Where could he find such a good target? Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by Bai Jin's scream. The two bugs, Riri and Ningbu Ao, had no idea what was happening inside the ball of blood, but from Bai Jin's scream, they knew he was in a bad situation. Star Constellation couldn't really kill Riri, could she? This strange thought appeared in everyone's mind. Inside the ball of blood, Lu Ye's presence was getting stronger. Bai Jin's presence was getting weaker and weaker. Normally, a slash like that would have sent Bai Jin flying, but he was trapped inside the ball of blood, so he could only stay where he was. In 3 breaths, Lu Yi had lost track of how many slashes he had made. When the last slash came out, the resistance against the blade suddenly lightened. At the same time, Lu Yi could clearly feel his flesh and blood being torn apart. There were many inheritances inside Riri. No matter which one it was a huge burden on the body. That was especially true of Qing Ri's double blade secret skill. This was the first time Lu Yi had used it, and his target was Riri. He didn't dare hold back. He used too much strength, and his flesh and blood were damaged. Under the watchful eyes of the other Riri elites, the ball of blood surrounding Lu Yi and Bai Jin suddenly shrank, revealing two figures inside. Lu Yi was still holding his blade in one hand and his scabbard in the other. He stood there quietly, but his blood was boiling. His spiritual power was boiling. His skin and face were red. It was obvious he had used up a lot of energy. Not far in front of him, Bai Jin's body was stiff. He looked at Lu Yi in shock, his eyes wide open. However, at this moment he actually did not move his body. When the two bugs saw this, they felt a lot of emotions. Suddenly there was a burst of blood. Bai Jin's neck was bleeding, and his head flew high into the air. Ri was killed. The two bugs were shocked. When they looked at Lu Yi again, their faces changed. Ningbo Ao and the others were overjoyed. They had thought this was impossible, but Lu Yi had actually done it. It was unthinkable for a Xing Su to kill Ri. Even if Ri couldn't fight back. But now, it had happened right in front of their eyes. Luo Xie shouted, "Little friend, continue to kill! Kill them all! Ha ha ha!" This was really a turn of events. They thought they were going to die. Who would have thought that Dancer would barge into the battlefield and disrupt the battle? Now, Lu Yi from the ninth sky had come out of nowhere to save them. It didn't take long for Lu Yi to kill Bai Jin, so all he had to do was to kill the two insectoids and the 4 blood breeds. Once Dancer's influence was gone, the 3 of them would be able to kill as they pleased. By then, no matter how many insectoids and blood breeds there wouldn't be enough to kill. Lu Yi didn't move, nor did he respond. He maintained his posture. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, he couldn't. He had underestimated the aftereffects of using the great windmill. Although he looked fine on the surface, most of his flesh and blood had ruptured. Not to mention using the great windmill again, he could not even use half of his usual strength. Plus, he had been able to kill Bai Jin mostly because of the suppression of his holy nature. Against the bugs, the holy nature had no effect. Plus, the bug shells were much stronger than the blood tribes. Luo Xie urged again. Seeing that Lu Yi still didn't move, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Lu Ye's situation, and his heart sank. Currently on the battlefield, there were only 3 Rakashi on their side. Even if Bai Jin died, the enemy still had 6. If they couldn't close this gap in a short period of time, once everyone got rid of Dancer's influence, they would still be waiting for death. Luo Xie couldn't help but sigh. Today's battle had truly been a tumultuous one. At first, they had thought that victory was within their grasp, but because of Bai Jin, all of their efforts had been ruined. Instead, they had been surrounded by the blood breeds and had fallen into a dangerous situation. Dancer had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting the battle, and Lu Ye had forcefully killed Bai Jin, bringing them hope. Now that hope had been shattered, Luo Xie and the others had experienced the ups and downs of life a few times that day. Even someone as strong as Ri couldn't handle it. After a few dozen breaths, Lu Yi let out a breath. He slowly moved his body and sheathed his Pan Shan knife. He looked at Ningbo Ao and the others and asked, "Which of you has the strongest killing power?" He had a guess, but he still had to ask. Ningbo Ao and the others didn't know. Chapter 1603. Their eyes met, and Lu Yi said, "This is the first time I've used this ability. It may be a little painful, but please bear with it." It was impossible for him to kill all the Nikitas by himself. Bai Jin had no power to fight back, and he had to rely on the suppression of the blood breed's divinity. He also had to use a double-blade secret technique, like the great windmill, to cut off his head. There were 2 Nikitas here, and there were 4 blood breeds over there. He didn't know how long it would take for him to kill them. Lu, you didn't know how long Dancer's magical power could affect Nikitas, but Wangu Lu and the others were only affected for a day. They were constellations, and they could get rid of Dancer's influence in a day, let alone Nikitas. The effect of Dancer's magical power on Nikitas was estimated to last no more than an hour, and now half an hour had passed, and Nikitas could get rid of it at any time. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that it was better to leave the task of killing Nikitas to the other Nikitas. Li Guan's killing power was the strongest, and she was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The talent tree could burn the power that invaded Dancer's body, and after the talent tree's third transformation, the power of burning could be applied to others. Lu Yi had been aware of this for a long time. The first time he helped Yi burn the soul-devouring aphids in the divine sense, C, was Lu Ye's first attempt. However, that was after all in the divine sense, C, but this time the target was Li Guan's body. It was indeed the first time, and Lu Yi wasn't sure how effective it would be. The only thing he was sure of was that Li Guan wouldn't feel too good. After all, the burning power of the talent tree would definitely cause a certain degree of damage to her body while burning Dancer's power. Li Guan didn't understand, but as Lu Yi used it, she could clearly feel a scorching power spreading from Lu Ye's palm and invading her body. Normally, it was impossible for the spiritual power of a constellation to invade Nichida's body, but Li Guan couldn't control herself at the moment, let alone mobilize her spiritual power, so this kind of invasion became possible. Feeling the purity and majesty of the spiritual power, Li Guan couldn't help but be moved. If she hadn't experienced it herself, it would be hard to believe that a constellation could temper their spiritual power to such an extent. Back when she was at the constellation realm, her refinement of spiritual power was far inferior to Lu Ye's. Su Dingyang, the strongest constellation of this generation in her domain, had once been defeated by Lu Ye. She had heard Kong Qing mention this before, and she knew that Lu Ye was much stronger than Su Dingyang. However, knowing was one thing, and she had not seen it with her own eyes. Until now, possessing such pure and majestic spiritual energy, it was no wonder that Su Dingyang would be defeated. Not to mention Su Dingyang, even when she was at the later stage of the constellation realm, she would definitely not be a match for Lu Ye of the Nine Heavens. Distracting thoughts flashed through his mind, and Li Guan's expression began to become bewildered, because as Lu Ye's spiritual power invaded her body, she actually felt something burning in her body. Gradually, the uncontrollable abnormality of her body eased a little, although she still couldn't control her body. Compared to before, there were indeed changes. Her eyes suddenly flashed with shock as she finally realized what Lu Yi was doing. He was actually helping her get rid of the dancer's power. It wasn't accurate to describe it as expelling. A more direct feeling was burning. Lu Ye's power that invaded her body was like a fire, while the dancer's power was like a block of ice. Wherever the flames passed, the ice began to melt. She had been a little puzzled before. There were so many creatures on the battlefield, whether they were humans, insects, or vampires, whether it was Rizhao, Yuyao, or Constellation. Everyone was affected by the dancer's power. Why was it that Lu Yi was not affected? She had thought that he was just lucky that he wasn't affected by the dancer's power, but now it seemed that it wasn't luck at all. Instead, he had the power to restrain the dancer's power. But how was this possible? Even Rizhao on the battlefield couldn't resist the dancer's strange power, so how could a mere constellation restrain it? But now it seemed that not only could he restrain it himself, he could even help others resolve it. She could clearly feel that Lu Yi was controlling his own power, not daring to use it too intensely. This was because when the fire burned away the dancer's strange power, it also caused some damage to her flesh, causing Li Guan to feel pain. She immediately said, "Don't hold back. Just do your best." She was under the sun, so how could she not endure such pain? When Lu Yi heard this, he knew that this was indeed not the time to be concerned. Even if Li Guan was really injured, he had to let her recover her ability to move as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, he activated the power of the talent tree with all his might. The fire that had invaded Li Guan's body immediately burned fiercely. Even as strong as Li Guan was, she couldn't help but groan. Her face flushed unnaturally red. Ning Bu'eo and Luo Xia watched from a distance. At first, they didn't know what Lu Yi was doing, but as they watched, their eyes lit up with joy. This was because Li Guan, who had been singing and dancing with them, had begun to slow down. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Li Guan had completely stopped. She had broken free of the dancer's influence. The two insects' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They wanted to run away, but they couldn't control their bodies. As soon as she regained control of her body, Li Guan nodded at Lu Yi and said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, little friend." As soon as she finished speaking, the clear sound of a sword rang out. Li Guan's entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword. Then she became one with the sword. A sword light that seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky flew toward one of the insects, Rizhao. That cold sword light swept past the insectoid Riri and dispersed not far away, revealing Li Guan's figure. He held a long sword in his hand, slanted downwards, but at the tip of the sword there was a drop of blood that did not disperse. The insect's body suddenly stiffened. Under the horrified gaze of his companions, a drop of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Then his life force dissipated. Li Guan didn't attack again. Instead, he calmed himself down. Lu Ye's unbridled attack just now had messed up the mana in her body. Her physical body was damaged quite a bit. In order to kill the insect, she had used all of her strength. Coupled with the fact that she was already injured, she was a little tired after that attack. She needed to rest for a while before she could attack again. Ning Bu'eo and Luo Xia were stunned. When Li Guan had broken free from the dancer's control, they had expected this to happen. But when it actually happened, they were both shocked and excited. Luo Xia shouted, "Little friend, come and help me." Where else could he find such an opportunity to kill an elite of the same level? He had to ask Lu Yi to help him. If it was too late, Rizhao would be killed by Li Guan. Luo Xia regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have volunteered to help Lu Yi. Luo Xia had just finished speaking when Ning Bu'eo's voice rang out. "Little friend, don't mind him. He is just a weak spell cultivator. What can he do? Come and help me. We are both weapon cultivators. We should help each other." Luo Xia was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was already so old. He wasn't delicate at all. Plus, Ning Bu'eo wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. He had never seen him act so shamelessly before. Lu Yi flew toward Ning Bu'eo. It wasn't because they were both weapon cultivators, but because Ning Bu'eo was closer to him. Lu Yi used his power to help Ning Bu'eo, but he didn't forget to shout at Luo Xia, "Elder Luo, please wait. I'm on my way." Luo Xia sighed helplessly. He knew he wouldn't be able to kill Rizhao. Li Guan could move freely now. Ning Bu'eo would get rid of the dancer's control. There were only a few Rizhao left on the battlefield. They wouldn't be able to kill him, although they were far away from the other 4-blood Rizhao. Rizhao's eyesight was very strong. He could see everything that was happening. When they saw Lu Yi killed by Jin, they were terrified. They were afraid they would be next. But when they saw Lu Ye's condition change, the blood Rizhao understood that Lu Yi wouldn't be able to do anything else. Not long after they made up their minds, Li Guan could move freely again. In an instant he had killed Rizhao. Seeing that Ning Bu'eo was about to break free from the dancer's influence, the few Sunshine Blood kindred started to panic. They were all sitting ducks now. They couldn't fight back against any attack. They couldn't even dodge. If they were attacked by a Sunshine Blood kindred, they would surely die. They were all angry. For the sake of Indefinite and the other planets, the Blood Rizhao and the bugs had planned for 400 years. The most important thing was for Baijin to enter Quiet Moon and gain their trust. That way he could become a Rizhao. When Baijin went to Quiet Moon, there was only Yu Yao. To raise Yu Yao into a Rizhao, even if Baijin had the potential, it would take a lot of resources. Finally, Baijin became a Rizhao. His position in Quiet Moon was stable. The plan of the two races was finally on the right track. Everything was progressing smoothly. The insectoid nest seemed to have landed there by accident, but in reality it had been planned for a long time. Otherwise, even if there were two Racagas guarding an insectoid nest, They would not have dared to stay so brazenly outside a star system like Apiron. Things developed just as the experts of the two races had planned. The four galaxies sent out many experts to encircle and annihilate them. As long as these experts were eaten, the four galaxies' foundations would be greatly damaged. Then, the two races would be able to take down Indestructible and use it as a base to gradually nibble away at the other three galaxies. Great things were just around the corner. If nothing unexpected happened, the four-star system would belong to the Blood Rizhao and the bugs. However, an accident had happened. Moreover, it was an unimaginable accident. Chapter 1604. Dancer had inexplicably barged into the battlefield, and all the living beings on the battlefield had been corroded by her power. Only one human was unaffected. It would have been fine if that was all, but a single human from the constellation was unable to change the direction of this battle. But he had the power to help others escape. Li Guan had been freed. She had killed Rizhao the bug. Next was Ning Bueo. The other blood breed Rizhao knew they had lost. They were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They did not understand why Dancer had entered the battlefield at a time like this. A small change had ruined the plan of the two races over the past 400 years. Lu Yi was still helping Ning Bueo destroy Dancer's strange power when Li Guan attacked again. She killed the second bug, Rizhao. Just like the first time after she attacked, she started to recover. It looked like the injuries she had sustained during the previous battle were not light. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Ning Bueo was back to normal. He dashed toward where the four blood kindred were gathered. His voice came from afar. "Little friend, I, Ning Bueo, owe you my life." Lu Yi didn't stop. He was heading toward Luo Xie. Luo Xie stared at Ning Bueo, who had rushed to the side of the four blood kin Rizhao. His face was filled with envy. In the blink of an eye, an elite's aura was destroyed. Clearly, blood breed Rizhao had been killed by Ning Bueo. Ever since Bai Jin had exposed his identity as a blood breed and killed Qinzong, Ning Bueo and the others had been defeated. He was a body cultivator, and he had almost been killed by Rizhao. Now he could finally hold his head high. How could he show mercy? By the time Li Guan had recovered, the four blood breed Rizhao had been killed by Ning Bueo. Li Guan glanced at them. Her body moved with her sword. She started to roam the battlefield. Wherever she went, her sword flashed. One blood breed and bug race after another was killed. Normally, as a Sunshine Realm cultivator, she wouldn't make things difficult for Yu Yao or Xingsu. However, this was a battlefield. Everyone who wasn't human was an enemy. This wasn't a place where she could be soft-hearted. In this battle, the cultivators of the four galaxies suffered heavy losses. The Blood Tribe and the Insect Tribe had not shown any mercy when they slaughtered the human race. After Ning Bueo killed the four Blood Tribe members, Rizhao, he started to move. The two Rizhao were like two blazing suns. The bugs and the Blood Tribe members were like snowflakes. Where the blazing suns touched, they melted. Luo Xie was anxious. Suppressing the discomfort in his body, he said, "Young friend, please hurry up." He was afraid that if he continued to attack, all the enemies would be wiped out. Since he couldn't kill Rizhao now, killing Yu Yao was also a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart. "All right," Lu Yi responded, and his spiritual power surged even more violently. Luo Xie's expression became a little twisted, mainly because it was too painful. His whole body felt like it was being roasted over a fire, but the effect was obvious. He gradually regained control of his body. Not long after, Luo Xie laughed. "Here I come." The third Rizhao joined the slaughter. Lu Yi watched the three figures wreaking havoc on the battlefield. He let out a sigh. When Ning Bueo killed the Blood Tribe members, Rizhao, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Without Rizhao, no matter how many Blood Tribe and Bug Tribe members there were, they couldn't stop Rizhao's slaughter. The three Rizhao killed wherever they went but there was a certain pattern to it. Their priority was to kill Yu Yao, but there were only a few Yu Yao on the battlefield. Most of them were constellations, so the Bug Tribe and Blood Tribe Yu Yao were quickly wiped out. Lu Yi returned to the battleship and sat down. His face was a little pale. The explosion of killing by Jean had put a huge burden on his body. The tearing of his flesh was secondary. The main thing was that his entire body, from inside to outside, had been damaged by that huge burden. This kind of damage wasn't serious, but it would take at least 1 or 2 days to recover. Lu Yi. Yi jumped and looked at Lu Yi pitifully. She sounded like a spoiled child. She wasn't the only one looking at Lu Yi. Everyone on the battleship was looking at Lu Yi. After all, jumping around like that wasn't a good idea. If Lu Yi could help the 3 Rizhao escape, he could help them too. Lu Yi sensed the danger in Hua Xi's eyes. If he didn't help her escape, she would teach him a lesson. He quickly explained, "It's not that I don't want to help, but that will damage your bodies. So don't try it. Plus, Dancer's influence will only last for a day." Old Wan and the others were fine after a day. The 3 Rizhao were on the battlefield, so the others didn't have to do anything. They just had to wait. The 3 Rizhao could kill all their enemies. And just as Lu Yi said, activating the talent tree's power would cause them some damage. In any case, they would be able to get rid of it in a day at most. So they might as well wait quietly. Not to mention, there were so many people on the warship. If Lu Yi really wanted to help them one by one, Dancer's power would fade away before he could finish. Really? Qian Wudong turned to look at Wangu Lu. "Old Wan, have you experienced this before?" Wangu Lu stammered awkwardly. Yeah. Then he betrayed the other 2. "I don't know. You can ask Tao Yan and Zhou Xingji." Not far away, Tao Yan and Zhou Xingji looked bitter. Everyone immediately understood that the 3 of them had experienced this last time. It was probably after they were swept away by the astral magnetic storm. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so coincidental. However, no one would take the initiative to mention this kind of embarrassing incident. Now, everyone in the 3-realm fleet had experienced it. Luan Xiaoa, who was the strongest and most dignified, even performed a split for Lu Yi. Lu Yi suddenly realized that he wasn't the only one on the battlefield who wasn't affected by Dancer. There was another person who wasn't affected either. That was Yaya. Ever since Yaya fought off Vampire Sunshine and was called back by him, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. She was still sleeping quietly. Lu Yi didn't know if it was because Yaya was asleep that she wasn't affected by Dancer, or if there was something special about her. He couldn't find out. The 3 Rayas were still cleaning up the battlefield. However, they were very fast and efficient. In less than an hour, the entire battlefield was cleared of insectoids and vampires. When they reunited, the 3 of them stood side by side. They looked at the messy battlefield, but they didn't feel the joy of victory. Ningbo Ao sighed. "This time we lost a lot." Although there were some conflicts between the 4 galaxies from time to time, those conflicts were basically within a controllable range and would never lead to a large-scale confrontation between the galaxies. This time, in order to enter the Wansheng Sea, the 4 galaxies put aside their differences and sincerely worked together to deal with the insectoid Nestir. Who would have thought that after this battle, so many cultivators would be killed? The deaths of the constellation cultivators weren't too painful. However, the constellation cultivators weren't the only ones who died. Some Yu Yao had died as well. That was a truly painful loss. We should be glad. If it weren't for little friend Lu's help, this wouldn't have happened. We would have been completely wiped out, Luo Xie said with a sigh. Before today, if someone had told him that in such a large-scale battle involving 3 major races and nearly 10 rikshis, there was a small constellation that could turn the tide and completely change the direction of the battle, Luo Xie would definitely have thought that it was a pipe dream and would have given that person a big slap in the face. However, in today's battle, Lu Yi had indeed single-handedly saved the cultivators of the 4 galaxies. If it weren't for Lu Yi, none of them would have survived. Now, at least some of the cultivators from the 3 Raya's allied forces had survived. The insectoids and blood tribes' plans for the 4 galaxies had been destroyed. Lu Ye's actions could be said to have saved the lives of the people on the battlefield. However, he had saved the entire 4 galaxies. Billions of lives had been saved. It was the foundation of the 4 galaxies' countless years of accumulation. "We owe him a big favor," Luo Xie said with a serious expression. It was said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's life. How could he repay such a huge favor? "Let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Jingyue?" Li Guan asked. Luo Xie and Ning Bu'eo couldn't help but frown. After a while, Luo Xie said, "Shi Hanqing is a human. I am sure of that." The Shi Hanqing he was talking about was the other Rayas from the Jingyue Galaxy. Among the 4 galaxies, the Daluo Galaxy had the strongest foundation. It had 4 Rayas. The second was a Pairon with 3 Rayas. Jingyue and Beixian had only 2 Rayas each. The reason why Luo Xie was certain that Shi Hanqing was a human was because the 2 of them had crossed paths when they were very young. It could be said that they had grown up through competition. Eventually, they both ascended to the Sunshine Realm and became each other's lifelong rivals. In terms of understanding of Shi Hanqing, no one in the 4-corner star system knew him better than Luo Xie. Therefore, it was impossible for Shi Hanqing to be a blood tribe member in disguise. Ning Bu'eo said, "If I am not mistaken, Baijin came to the Quiet Moon system 400 years ago. He was severely injured, and Brother Shi Hanqing took him in. He has been in the Quiet Moon system ever since." Luo Xie nodded. "That is indeed the case. If that is the case, Baijin went to the Quiet Moon system on purpose. The bug race and the blood race must have been plotting against us since then." Li Guan said, "Brother Shi Hanqing." Chapter 1605. If he didn't find a way to deal with these vampires lurking in the Quiet Moon Galaxy, they would definitely pose a great threat to the Quiet Moon Galaxy in the future. Furthermore, the vampires could plant a blood seal on other creatures and turn them into blood slaves. So, there might be some human cultivators in the Quiet Moon system who had been secretly taken as blood slaves by the Blood Tribe. If they didn't find these Blood Tribe members and blood slaves, it would affect Quiet Moon's stability. But the Blood Tribe hid very well. It would be very difficult to find them. If they didn't deal with this properly, it might cause dissension in Quiet Moon. If it were anything else, Big Luo, Apeiron, and Beixian could ignore it. After all, it was Quiet Moon's internal affairs, and outsiders couldn't interfere. But since it involved the Blood Tribe, they couldn't just sit by and watch. The 3 Rizhao brothers were silent for a while. They couldn't think of a good solution. Luo Xie said, "No matter what, we have to tell Quiet Moon about this situation. Also, Chen Zong died in battle. We have to inform Beixian." "I'll go." Ning Bu'eo volunteered. He was a body cultivator. Although he had been injured badly in the previous battle, his skin was tough. So, compared to Luo Xie and Li Guan, he was in a better condition. Luo Xie and Li Guan had no objections. Ning Bu'eo immediately set off. With his powerful cultivation, it wouldn't take long for him to make the trip. Luo Xie and Li Guan stayed behind to heal their wounds. After half a day, the singing and dancing Yu Yao on the battlefield gradually recovered. After another half a day, the constellations also recovered. Many cultivators, after regaining control of their bodies, looked embarrassed. The remaining cultivators in the 4 star systems started to clean up the battlefield. The Blood Tribe and the Insect Tribe had been wiped out, and they had suffered great losses. 60% of the cultivators from the 4 star systems had died. This kind of loss was something no one had expected. The bodies of the dead cultivators needed to be collected. Their belongings needed to be collected and buried. There were also the spoils of war left behind by the Blood Tribe and the Insect Tribe. The cultivators of the three realms didn't participate. They just waited quietly on the battleship. Luan Xiao walked up to Lu Yi and sighed. More than 60 people died. A total of 500 cultivators from the three realms had come this time, and more than 60 had died in this battle. Compared to the casualties in the four realms, this wasn't considered much. However, this was the result of Lu Yi and Luan Xiao's combined efforts after they sensed that the battle wasn't going well. If Lu Yi and Luan Xiao hadn't regrouped the scattered cultivators of the three realms in time, and if Lu Yi hadn't activated the Sea of Blood to protect them, the losses would have been much greater. Most of them were cultivators from the Qingli Dao world and the Yulua world. On the other hand, less than 10 cultivators from the 9 states had died in the battle. Lu Ye's heart ached. It was not easy for any cultivator of the 9 regions to reach this step. It was not easy for them to be promoted to the constellation and enter the starry sky. They were full of ambition as they rushed to the magnificent 10,000 elephant sea. However, they were still halfway there, yet they did not succeed. But this was war and casualties were unavoidable. However, since the beginning of cultivation, the cultivators of the 9 regions began to experience large and small battles. Therefore, all the cultivators of the 9 regions had long been psychologically prepared to die in the battle. After surviving a disaster, one should be happy, but the atmosphere of the entire battlefield was more solemn. The cultivators silently collected the bones of their companions, and some female cultivators even cried in grief. After 2 days of busy work, the battlefield was finally cleaned up. Luo Xie and Li Guan, who had almost recovered from their injuries, personally came to the battleship where Lu Yi was. They solemnly expressed their gratitude to him and said that if Lu Yi needed any help in the future, he should just let them know. Even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, they would not frown. Lu Yi naturally didn't need their help, but after this battle of salvation, Lu Yi knew that his position in the four realms was stable. In the past, he could cooperate with the four realms because he had the star map and the method to go to the 10,000 elephant sea. The four realms had something to ask of him, so it was a cooperation based on interests. Everything that involved interests would not be too stable. But now things were different. Lu Yi had turned the tide in this battle. The four realms owed him a debt of gratitude. This was especially true since the indefinite system was the closest system to the Jade Conch. They were neighbors, but indefinite was much stronger than the Jade Conch. It made people uneasy. After this battle, as long as Lu Yi was still alive, indefinite wouldn't have any designs on the Jade Conch. Lu Yi didn't see Ningbo Ao, so he didn't know where he had gone. He didn't ask. As they were talking, a few Yu Yao arrived. They reported that everything was ready and that they could depart. Li Guan nodded. Then let's go. Just as the Yu Yao were about to leave, Lu Yi stared at one of the women. He raised his hand and called out, "Fellow cultivator, please wait." The Yu Yao stopped. When they saw that Lu Yi was calling out to the woman, they all turned their heads to look at her. The woman looked at Lu Yi, puzzled. "Fellow cultivator Lu, what are your orders?" Lu Yi shook his head. "I wouldn't dare give you orders. I just want to know which system you are from." The woman said, "I am from the Quiet Moon system." Lu Yi thought I knew it. Luo Xie chuckled. Sister Feng is one of the 3 beauties of the Quiet Moon system. Little friend Lu, are you interested in her? The woman with the surname Feng blushed. She pouted playfully at Luo Xie. "Senior brother, please don't joke around." Fellow cultivator Lu must have something important to say. It is indeed important. Lu Yi nodded. He didn't look at her. Instead, he looked at Luo Xie and Li Guan. "Do you two trust me?" Luo Xie didn't know why Lu Yi had suddenly asked this, but he nodded. "If it weren't for you, everyone would have died today." "Of course I trust you," Lu Yi said. "In that case, please kill her, Elder Luo." Luo Xie was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears. What? Yu Yao and the other Yu Yao who had come with the woman, surnamed Feng, also looked at Lu Yi in shock. However, They quickly understood something and looked at the woman surnamed Feng with bewilderment in their eyes. Luo Xia frowned. "Little friend, is there something wrong?" He wasn't an idiot. There was no reason for Lu Yi to ask him to kill someone for no reason. Moreover, it was to kill such a delicate woman. Jingyue's side had revealed many Hidden Blood tribe members, so he naturally made the connection. "Are you sure?" Li Guan turned to look at Lu Yi with a serious expression. Lu Yi nodded. Li Guan hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the woman with the surname Feng with a stern expression. The woman's expression changed drastically. She silently circulated her magic power while on the verge of tears. "Fellow cultivator Lu, I haven't offended you, have I? Why do you want senior brother Luo to kill me?" Lu Yi looked at her calmly. Although he could confirm that she was a blood tribe member, he didn't want to verify it. That was because it was useless to rely on words alone. No one would expose their true identity in a situation like this. Even if he used force on her, it would be useless. The hum of a sword suddenly rang out. A sword light flashed in front of Li Guan and attacked the woman. The woman with the surname Feng was shocked. She screamed and tried to retreat. However, Yu Yao's strength was worlds apart from Ri Zhao's. Li Guan was also a sword cultivator known for his killing. Now that they were so close, how could she dodge his attack? When the sword light disappeared, Li Guan was still standing in his original spot as if he had never moved. However, the woman with the surname Feng had a miserable expression. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. On her snow-white clothes, a smear of red slowly bloomed like a blood-red flower. Her powerful vitality was rapidly weakening. Luo Xia's heart thumped wildly. Although he could roughly guess why Lu Yi wanted him to kill the woman, he couldn't do it before he was sure. After all, the woman with the surname Feng was from Jingyue. He was from Zenith Heaven. It wouldn't be good for him to overstep his boundaries. However, he didn't expect Li Guan to be so decisive. As expected of a sword cultivator who acted swiftly and decisively, Luo Xia was ashamed of his lack of decisiveness. Of course, it could also be said that he was brainless. If he killed the wrong person, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Jingyue. Under the watchful eyes of many, the woman with the surname Feng's vitality completely dissipated. She turned into a corpse. Soon, Yu Yao and Luo Xia's expressions changed. That was because the woman with the surname Feng's corpse didn't show any signs of change. She still looked the same as before her death. Luo Xia's heart thumped. He really killed the wrong person. Logically speaking, if the woman with the surname Feng was really a blood kindred who used a secret technique to disguise herself, she should have revealed her true self after her death. That was because once a blood kindred died, the secret technique couldn't be maintained. Naturally, her true self would be exposed. However, the woman with the surname Feng still maintained her appearance when she was alive. That meant that she had always been like this and wasn't a blood kindred disguise. Didn't this mean that he had killed the wrong person? Lu Yi was also puzzled. He flashed forward and carefully sized up the woman with the surname Feng. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and took off a necklace from her neck. The necklace's chain was snow-white. He didn't know what it was made of, but the pendant was a blood-red heart-shaped object. As the object was taken off, the woman with the surname Feng's corpse quickly changed. Her body became much more slender. Her exposed skin turned blood-red, and her 2 ears became sharp. The group of people looked on helplessly, each of them wearing an ugly expression. During the previous battle, some quiet moon cultivators had exposed their true selves. Everyone thought that there would be no more blood kindred disguises. Who would have thought that there would be more? This was undoubtedly a little dark under the lamp. After all, no one would have thought that there would be more blood kindred hiding under the premise that the blood kindred and the insect race had the absolute advantage. If Lu Yi hadn't seen through the truth at a glance, no one would have believed that the woman with the surname Feng was also a blood kindred. After all, She was very famous in the Quiet Moon Galaxy. Luo Xia wasn't joking when he said that she was one of the 3 beauties of the Quiet Moon Galaxy. Lu Yi looked at the heart-shaped pendant in his hand. He was sure that it was a treasure. It was probably a treasure that could help maintain the woman's body. Therefore, even if she died, the woman with the surname Feng didn't expose her true self. Chapter 1606. In front of the warship, Li Guan looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Young friend, can you identify the blood tribe?" Lu Yi had only glanced at the woman surnamed Feng, but he had recognized her as a blood tribe member. His eyesight was extraordinary. She and Luo Xia hadn't seen any flaws in her disguise at all. Under normal circumstances, after a blood tribe member used a secret technique to disguise themselves as a human, they wouldn't be exposed unless they were thoroughly investigated. However, an overly thorough investigation was the same as prying into a cultivator's secrets. This was disrespectful to any cultivator. In the cultivation world, even a master wouldn't do such a thing to a disciple. Li Guan didn't know how Lu Yi, a mere constellation member, could tell. Lu Yi naturally didn't rely on his eyesight to identify a blood tribe member, but on his intuition. He could sense Bai Jin's abnormality with Ri, but he didn't have any experience in this area when he first met Bai Jin, so he didn't think too much about it. However, now that he had experience, things were naturally different. As soon as this woman appeared in front of Lu Yi sensed something was wrong and immediately identified her as a blood tribe member. However, there was no need to explain this matter too much, so he immediately nodded. Yes. Li Guan and Luo Xia exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing that the problem that had troubled them was easily solved. They had been wondering how to find the hidden blood tribe member on Jingyue's side. Now that Lu Yi had this ability, things were much simpler. "I'll gather everyone here," Luo Xia said, and his divine sense surged, sending out orders everywhere. Soon, the figures of many cultivators appeared on the warships and gathered in the starry sky. There weren't many of them, only about 1,500 people. When this battle began, each of the 4 galaxies had sent 1,000 people, a total of 4,000 cultivators. Ri alone had 5, and Yu Yao had more than 100. Now this number had shrunk significantly, and only 2 Ri were here. "Young friend, please take a look." Luo Xia looked seriously at Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded, and his figure began to move, shuttling back and forth among the 1,500 cultivators. No one knew what he was doing, but it was a spectacle. After a long while, Lu Yi returned, bringing with him a young man with a slightly panicked expression. "Just one?" Luo Xia asked, looking at the young man. The young man's body trembled like a sieve, as if he didn't know what had happened. However, he had a bad feeling that Lu Yi had brought him out like this. "No." Lu Yi shook his head and pointed at the crowd. "This is—" He then pointed in another direction. "There's also this." Every time he pointed, a beam of sword chi would shoot out from Li Guan's side, striking the person Lu Yi pointed at with unerring accuracy. In this situation, whoever Lu Yi pointed at would die. He pointed at 5 people in a row, and all 5 of them died without exception. After they died, the 5 cultivators revealed their blood clan true bodies, causing the cultivators around them to cry out in alarm. When one of the Yu Yao cultivators was killed by Li Guan, Lu Yi sensed that the young man beside her trembled, as if he had broken free of something. She immediately understood that her suspicions were correct. This young man was not a member of the Blood Kindred, but he had some connections with the Blood Kindred, so the feeling he gave off was different from that of a real Blood Kindred. "What's up with this kid?" Luo Xia looked at the young man beside Lu Yi in confusion, wondering why Lu Yi had brought him out alone. Lu Yi looked at the young man. He should have been implanted with a blood seal by the Blood Kindred. The Blood Kindred usually use this method to subdue blood slaves. The young man immediately nodded like he was pounding garlic. "You're right. Martial Uncle Sun Hai implanted a blood seal in me, so I have no choice but to obey his orders. The Sun Hai he spoke of was most likely the Yu Yao that Li Guan had killed earlier. The death of a blood kindred naturally freed the blood slaves. There should be a few more blood slaves like this young man. Lu Yi had sensed them earlier, but he hadn't brought them out. No wonder the blood kindred issued a bounty for you. Little friend, your understanding of the blood kindred is even greater than mine. Luo Xie exclaimed in admiration. Lu Ye's ability was the bane of the blood kindred. No matter how the blood kindred disguised themselves, they couldn't escape his eyes. The blood kindred naturally feared such an ability, so it was understandable that they issued a bounty for him. What he didn't know was that the blood kindred had issued the bounty only because of Lu Ye's actions in the Alpha Origin stage. They were completely unaware of Lu Ye's current abilities. If they had known that Lu Yi possessed an enormous amount of divinity, the blood kindred wouldn't have simply issued a bounty for him. Many blood kindred would have searched the entire starry sky for him. The few remaining blood kindred hidden in the Cultivator Alliance were also eliminated. The fleet of warships set sail and headed in the direction of Indefinite. Li Guan assumed command, and Luo Xie went ahead first. Ningguo had already left, preparing to report the battle situation to the Four Direction star system and inform Jingyue about the blood kindred. Now that Lu Yi had displayed the ability to see through the blood kindred's disguise, Luo Xie naturally had to make a trip to Jingyue. He planned to ask Shi Hanqing to cooperate and borrow Lu Ye's ability to find all the blood kindred hiding in Jingyue. Only then would the Four Directions star system's stability not be affected by the blood kindred. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find the blood kindred in the future. As the fleet sailed, the cultivators of the Three Realms put away their star boats and boarded the warships. This saved them a lot of trouble. The warship that Lu Yi was on had visitors from time to time. First, Luo Shensi came to pay a visit. This time, he did not show any intention of sparring with Lu Yi. Perhaps it was because Luo Xie had told him before, or perhaps he had recognized the gap between him and Lu Yi. This saved Lu Yi a lot of trouble. He had originally planned to let Luo Shensi experience the dangers of the world if he still couldn't forget about him. Luo Shensi was very interested in the Wanxiang Sea because he was going to follow Lu Yi to the Wanxiang Sea. Naturally, he wanted to ask Lu Yi for more information about the Wanxiang Sea. After Luo Shensi, Hua Chen came with Dulang. Luo Shensi was able to survive the previous battle, mainly because his strength was not bad. Among the four-way galaxies, he was the strongest in the constellation realm. Furthermore, he had many treasures on him, so he naturally had the ability to protect himself in such a battle. Hua Cheng was also safe because of his strength. Although he was old, he was still a late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator. The sun couldn't shine on the battlefield, so it was actually very difficult for a late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator like him to die in battle. Du Lang was arranged to be on duty in the central warship because of Lu Yi, which saved his life. Otherwise, as an early-stage Constellation Realm cultivator, it would have been very difficult for him to survive the previous battle. Hua Cheng had brought Du Lang over for no other reason than to express his gratitude. Moreover, Du Lang was also one of the designated candidates for this trip to the Wanxiang Sea. There were also a few Constellation Realm cultivators from the Scarlet Sky continent accompanying him. When they reached the Wanxiang Sea in the future, they would need Lu Ye's help. After Hua Cheng and his disciple left, Lu Yi finally had the time to cultivate. He wasn't the only one. All the cultivators of the Three Realms, except for Luan Xiaoa, were basically cultivating intensely. After witnessing the cruelty of such a battle with their own eyes and participating in it, the cultivators understood the cruelty of the battle in the universe and the importance of one's own strength. If they wanted to survive in the universe, they had to continuously improve their strength. The journey was peaceful. The battlefield was located at the edge of the Indefinite Galaxy's territory, so the fleet entered the Indefinite Galaxy in just a few days. However, it would take some time to rush to the Indefinite Realm. When Lu Yi first rushed here from the Indefinite Realm, it took him a full 3 months. At that time, Yu Yao had personally escorted him. Although the warship's speed was very fast, it was almost the same as Yu Yao's. It wasn't that it couldn't go faster, but it would consume even more spirit jades. Thus, by the time the warship arrived at the Indefinite Realm, 3 months had already passed. The fleet broke through the clouds and landed on a huge platform in an orderly manner. On the central warship, Li Guan personally accompanied Lu Yi as he walked out. At a glance, Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. This was because, not far away, there were 4 figures standing side by side. He recognized 2 of them. They were the Realm Lord of the Indefinite Realm, Jiangshang, and Big Luo Rizhao Luoxia. Although he didn't recognize the other 2. How could they be ordinary when they stood together with Jiangshang and Luoxia? There was no doubt that they were all Rizhao. Li Guan promptly explained, "The person standing to the left of senior brother Jiangshang is Quiet Moon's Shurhanqing. The one standing next to senior brother Luoxia is Beishuan's senior sister Qini." The 4 Rizhao, 3 men and 1 woman, included the 4 directions galaxies. It could be said that this was the lineup of the strongest cultivators in the 4 directions galaxies. Even if they were just standing there and didn't emit any of the Rizhao's power, they still exuded a sense of majesty. These 4 people were standing here to welcome him. Lu Yi knew that his efforts to turn the tide would definitely make the 4 directions galaxies have a good impression of him, but he didn't expect to receive such a warm welcome. When they saw him appear, the 4 people, led by Jiangshang, cupped their fists and bowed to Lu Yi. Jiangshang's loud voice rang out. The 4 directions galaxy's allied forces failed to break through the insect nest and were almost annihilated. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Lu Yi of the 9 heavens turned the tide and saved the cultivators of the 4 directions galaxies. This kindness is akin to giving birth to a new life. The cultivators of the 4 directions galaxies will remember this kindness forever. His loud voice rang out in all directions. At this moment, on the warships in the Indefinite Sacred Palace and throughout the Indefinite Realm, all the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, saluted Lu Yi and shouted in unison, "We will never forget this kindness forever." Chapter 1607. On the battleship, Lu Yi looked calm. He bowed in the direction of the 4 Rizhao cultivators and said, "It was fate that brought us together. It wasn't my work." "You're overstating it." Jiangshang smiled. "You don't have to be so humble. We've already learned about the details of the battle. If it weren't for you, the 4-star systems would have been wiped out." In a battle with such a huge disparity in power, the dancer's sudden appearance had disrupted the battle. That had given the cultivators from the 4-star systems a chance to catch their breath. At first, Luoxia and Ningbu Ao thought the dancer had come by accident, but when they saw Lu Yi playing the Bone Sun, they realized Lu Yi had lured the dancer there. If that was all, it wouldn't have affected the battle much. After all, everyone on the battlefield had been affected by the dancer's power. Once the dancer left, the strange power would disappear, and the battle would go back to normal. But Lu Yi had the ability to remove the dancer's power. First, he freed Li Guan, then Ningbu Ao and Luoxia. That was the key to turning the tide of the battle. The dancer's power was something even the Rizhao cultivators from the 3 races couldn't resist, but Lu Yi could. What kind of power was that? Even Li Guan and the others who had personally experienced it couldn't say for sure. But Mu Rong had no doubt that a Constellation Realm cultivator like Lu Yi could use such a miraculous skill. He had saved their lives and saved the world. He deserved the Rizhao cultivator's solemn salute. "Little friend, the Holy Palace has already prepared a banquet to welcome you and your friends. I hope you'll come." Jiangshang gestured with his hand. It wasn't a celebratory feast. Although they'd won the battle, they'd lost too many people. Even one of the Rizhao cultivators had died. There was nothing to celebrate, but they'd won the battle. They could not show their gratitude. Holding a feast for Lu Yi and the others was the best choice. Lu Yi couldn't refuse the Rizhao cultivators' hospitality. He stepped forward and entered with Jiang Shang and the others. A moment later, the Rizhao cultivators gathered in the main hall of Indefinite Holy Palace. Aside from the Rizhao cultivators from the 4-star systems, there was only Lu Yi and Luan Xiaoa and Yu Yao. Other than that, there were only the maids serving them. No one else was there. On the contrary, the outside of the hall was extraordinarily lively. Tables filled the entire plaza. The cultivators from the 4 galaxies and the 3 realms who had returned victorious were arranged here. The reason for this arrangement was naturally because there wasn't enough space in the hall. There were more than 400 cultivators from the 3 realms alone, and 1,500 cultivators from the 4 galaxies. In total, there were 2,000 people. Although the hall was spacious, it couldn't accommodate so many people drinking and having fun together. Therefore, they could only arrange for him to stay outside. This was a good opportunity for them to get acquainted with each other. Many of them were going to enter the Wanxiang Sea. Getting to know each other in advance would allow them to help each other when they reached the Wanxiang Sea. Luan Xiaoa was very nervous. Before participating in that great battle, she had never seen Nichou before. Even though she could feel Nichou's power from afar during the battle, she didn't need to be in close contact with him. But now it was different. There were only 8 people sitting in the hall. Other than Lu Yi, the other 6 were all sunshine-level cultivators. She discreetly sized Lu Yi up from the corner of her eyes. She saw that this kid was actually calmly chatting with the Nichou from the 4 galaxies. It was as if he didn't show any signs of fear despite the huge difference in strength between them. Luan Xiaoa was extremely impressed. It was amazing for a constellation cultivator to have such a temperament. If she didn't know that Lu Yi was from a newly promoted large realm like the 9 heavens, Luan Xiaoa would have thought that he was from some top realm. He had already seen the might of the Nichou. Otherwise, how could he not be afraid at all? If she had been in the constellation realm, she wouldn't have been able to speak properly in front of so many Nichou. If possible, Luan Xiaoa would rather be outside the hall and have fun with the 3 realms cultivators. It would be easier that way. However, as the leader of the 3 realms fleet and the only Yu Yao accompanying them, how could she stay out of this at a time like this? Luan Xiaoa guessed that these Nichou probably treated her as Lu Ye's elder, which was why they invited her in. Qin Yi must have sensed her nervousness and looked over with a smile. Junior Martial Sister Luan, you're also in the late stage of the Yu Yao realm. Do you have any doubts about advancing to the Nichou level? If you do, you can talk to me about it later. My experience may not be suitable for you, but other people's jade can be used to polish a rock. It's always good to learn from them. Luan Xiaoa's expression brightened, and she almost cried. For countless years, the Yu Yao of Jade Conch had been troubled by the problem of advancing to the Nichou level. Countless generations of cultivators had explored it bit by bit, but they still couldn't find the main point. Unfortunately, Jade Conch didn't have any experience or guidance left behind by their ancestors. This time, she followed them to the Wanxiang Sea to see if she could find an opportunity to seek guidance from a Nichou. Who would have thought that her wish would come true before they even reached the Wanxiang Sea? Moreover, the other party was the one who brought it up. Luan Xiaoa was momentarily shaken, but she quickly calmed herself down. She looked at Qin Yi gratefully. There are indeed many things that I don't understand. Since Senior Martial Sister is so kind, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll definitely have something to ask of Senior Martial Sister later. No problem. Qin Yi smiled and nodded. She then chatted with Luan Xiaoa about a few other things. Only then did Luan Xiaoa gradually relax. On the other side, Jiang Shang asked about the Bone Sun because they were too curious about it. They didn't understand why it could attract the dancers. What exactly is that Bone Sun? Actually, I don't know either. There was nothing to hide about the Bone Sun, so Lu Yi explained. It's a treasure I obtained from the Great Wheel of Fortune when I passed by the Long Cloud Galaxy. The Great Wheel of Fortune. The Nichas were shocked. They had obviously heard of this starry sky treasure before. The Long Cloud Galaxy is really lucky. The Great Wheel of Fortune actually descended there. Luo Xie looked envious. He only regretted that this treasure didn't descend in his galaxy. Luan Xiao was confused and looked at Lu Yi curiously. Lu Yi gave a simple explanation. Only then did Luan Xiao understand what the Great Wheel of Fortune was. She didn't expect there to be such a strange starry sky treasure in this world. When I obtained the Bone Sun, I inadvertently discovered that this treasure had a great attraction to star beasts. Once I blew it, as long as there were star beasts in the nearby starry sky, they would inevitably be attracted. So after using it twice, I didn't use it again. This time I had no choice but to give it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually attract the dancers. The main reason was that Lu Yi had seen the dancers escape into the desolate star field. Without this information, Lu Yi wouldn't have thought of using the Bone Sun. At that time, only Dancer's strange power could turn the tide of the battle. Even if the terrifying blue bird was lured over, it was useless. After the dancers were attracted, they kept chasing me. It seemed like they were very interested in the Bone Sun. I had no choice but to give it to them. After they got the Bone Sun, they left. I think that thing will help with their injuries. Luo Xie sighed. It is a shame that such a magical treasure was lost. Lu Yi said, if it can save lives, then it is not a shame. No matter how good the treasure was, it was useless if they lost their lives. Using the Bone Sun to trade for the lives of hundreds of people in the Three Realms, Lu Yi thought it was a good deal. He had also saved many people in the Four Corners Galaxy. Little friend is open-minded, you're right. Luo Xie laughed and raised his cup. It was this old master who was short-sighted. Lu Yi picked up his cup and drank with him. Ning Bueo was more interested in the Wheel of Good Fortune. Little friend, I heard Brother Jiangshang mention that if you want to go to the Thousand Elephant Sea, you have to go through a long cloud system. Is that long cloud system where the Wheel of Good Fortune will descend? Yes. I wonder if the Great Wheel of Fortune is still around. Ning Bueo stroked his chin as he thought about it. If it was still around, then when they entered the 10,000 Elephant Sea and passed by the Long Cloud Galaxy, they could pay it a visit and see what their luck was like. There were many treasures in the universe, but there were very few treasures like the Great Wheel of Fortune. If they were lucky enough, paying a visit to the Great Wheel of Fortune could give them many benefits. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could become rich overnight. It has been a few years. It is probably gone, Lu Yi replied. Although he did not know how long the Great Wheel of Fortune would stay there for, it was unlikely that it would stay there for a few years. Treasures like that came and went without a trace. That is a shame. Ning Bueo shook his head. He didn't have much of an opinion. Although the Wheel of Fortune depended on one's luck, there was a pattern to it. The stronger a person was, the lower their chances of getting something good out of it. In fact, bad luck was more common. That was especially true of Sunshine. If he entered, bad luck would befall him. Yu Yao was a bit better off. Usually, the ones who got the benefits were the constellations. While they were talking, a small figure suddenly rushed into the hall. Lu Yi turned his head and saw Yi running toward him. Yi chased after her for a while, but she could not catch up. She stood outside the hall with a helpless expression. Daddy! Yi ran over and sat in Lu Ye's arms. Lu Yi gave Yi a look, and only then did Yi leave. Inside the hall, a few of the Sunshine Warriors looked at Yi with great interest. They had learned from Jiangshang that this little person, who looked like a child, was a Sunshine Warrior. For some reason, she did not reveal her cultivation. She even called Lu Yi Daddy. This kind of strange thing was rare, but it was not good to ask about it. Luan Xiao's expression was equally strange, because before Yaya revealed her strength as Rizhao, She really thought that she was just a child. But on that battlefield, Yaya suddenly erupted, revealing her Rizhao cultivation without a doubt, and even repelling a vampire Rizhao. Luan Xiaoa saw it with her own eyes. Chapter 1608. Luan Xiaoa had always thought that she was the leader of the fleet of the Three Realms. Who would have thought that there was a sleeping ancient beast right under her nose? When she saw Yaya defeat Nicho of the Blood Clan, she almost thought that she was dreaming. Moreover, Luan Xiaoa felt that Yaya was not an ordinary Nicho, because when she fought with Nicho of the Blood Clan, she only needed one punch to shatter his arms. If Nicho of the Blood Clan had not retreated quickly, he would have been killed on the spot. This showed Yaya's strength. The fruits outside don't taste good. Yaya pouted, her bright eyes staring at the spirit fruits on the table in front of Lu Yi. The quality of the spirit fruits in the main hall was naturally better than those outside. They were already the best spirit fruits that could be found in the infinite realm. Usually, only the most distinguished guests would use them. Although the spirit fruits outside were not bad, they were undoubtedly inferior to those in the main hall. Yaya's mouth was very crafty, and her nose was also very sensitive. After smelling the fruit fragrance here, she was not interested in the spirit fruits outside. Lu Yi laughed and took a spirit fruit for her. "Eat it yourself." Yaya took it, but did not eat it. Instead, she put it into her storage ring. She was not satisfied. Her small hands moved continuously, and the spirit fruits in front of Lu Yi were all cleaned out. Then, she turned to look at Luo Xia. Lu Yi knew that something was wrong. Just as he was about to restrain her, Yaya had already rushed out and stared at Luo Xia. "Do you want to eat?" Luo Xia replied with a smile, "If you want to eat, take them all." Yaya would not be polite with him. She immediately took all the spirit fruits in front of Luo Xia, and then ran to Shi Hanqing and asked the same thing. "Do you want to eat?" One by one, it did not take long for all the spirit fruits on the tables to be cleaned out by Yaya. Only then did she return to Lu Ye's side in satisfaction. She took out a bright red fruit from her storage ring and ate it with relish. Lu Yi lowered his head and drank, secretly deciding that he would have to discuss with Li Shang later. Yaya's upbringing seemed to be a little problematic. The welcome banquet only ended after half a day of eating and drinking. At night, the cultivators of the Three Realms were arranged to stay. There were still some things that needed to be dealt with in the four-corner system, so the Three Realms fleet would have to wait for a few days before they could set off. It was just a few days, so Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry. In a Pairon sleeping quarters, Lu Yi was immersed in his battle against Qing Chong. When he killed Bai Jin, he'd used his dual saber secret technique, but in retrospect, he felt that it wasn't perfect enough. Compared to Qing Chong's windmill, it was like heaven and earth. However, it was undeniable that the double-blade secret technique was indeed terrifying. If he wanted to improve further, he would have to fight the grasshopper himself. Moments later, Qing Fu was forced to use her dual saber secret technique again. Lu Yi also resisted with his windmill, but he was defeated after 3 breaths. Enduring the pain in his head, Lu Yi thought back to what had just happened and came to a realization. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yi released his divine sense and was surprised when he realized who was knocking on the door. He was the only one living in this sleeping chamber. He thought that either Yi would come to find him or Hua Si would come to teach him a lesson. He never expected that it was neither Yi nor Hua Si, but another woman. A woman he never expected to see. Standing up and tidying his clothes, Lu Yi opened the door. A woman with a graceful temperament and a voluptuous figure entered his sight. At first glance, the woman looked to be in her 30s, but upon closer inspection, she seemed to be in her 20s. She had the charm of a mature woman, but did not lose the charm of a young woman. Realm Lord Qin. Lu Yi bowed. The person who came to find him in the middle of the night was actually Qin Yi of Beishian Galaxy. There were only 2 Rizhao in the entire Beishian Galaxy. After Chunzong died, Qin Yi was the only one left. It could be said that one of the two pillars of Beixian Galaxy had fallen. When the news reached Beixian Galaxy, the whole of Beixian Galaxy was mourning. "Call me senior sister." Qin Yi smiled. Lu Yi complied, "Senior sister Qin." Qin Yi's Rizhao cultivation was unknown, so it was understandable for Lu Yi to call her senior. However, if she wanted him to call her senior sister, it was obviously more cordial. "Senior sister, why are you here?" Lu Yi asked. "Qin," he said, "what, you want me to stand outside and talk?" Lu Yi hurriedly said, "Senior sister, please come in." As he said that, he stepped aside. Qin Yi stepped in, and Lu Yi could not close the door. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. If word got out, people would misunderstand, so he followed her in. Qin Yi had already sat down, and Lu Yi hurriedly served her tea and sat beside her. He could not figure out the purpose of this woman's visit in the middle of the night. After all, the two of them had not interacted before, and only exchanged a few words at the banquet. Qin Yi looked around, then her gaze landed on him. After looking at him seriously for a while, she suddenly sighed and said, "When I took him in as my disciple, he was around her age, but his cultivation was much weaker than yours. He was only a small true lake realm cultivator back then." Lu Yi frowned. He did not know what she was talking about. Qin Yi continued, "Back then, there were hundreds of top clans in Beixian who recommended their disciples. But I chose him because I saw a possibility in him. Reality proved that my vision was right. He eventually grew to Rizhao's level." Lu Yi suddenly understood who Qin Yi was talking about. It was Chunzong, who died on the battlefield. There were only two Rizhao in Beixian. Other than Qin Yi, there was only Chunzong. But Chunzong was actually Qin Yi's disciple? As if she saw the surprise in Lu Yi's eyes, Qin Yi smiled. "Chunzong and I are Taoist companions. You should have heard about this." Lu Yi nodded, his mind a little confused. These two were master and disciple and Taoist companions. This relationship was really messy. Wasn't Qin Yi obviously an old cow eating young grass? He really could not tell that this graceful and dignified woman had such an appetite. But then again, in the cultivation world, strength was always the most important thing. Age and seniority were secondary in front of strength. But if that was the case, why did Qin Yi not look sad at all? Logically speaking, since they were master and disciple and Taoist companions, Qin Yi should be very sad about Chunzong's death. But since seeing her today until now, Lu Yi did not see any abnormality. She looked like she was fine. Qin Yi said slowly, "The dead cannot be revived. One of the two Rizhao in Beixian is gone, and I am the only one supporting it. Cultivators are not mortals. In their lives, they have experienced too many deaths. There are always things that need to be persevered, and there are always times when one cannot show one's weakness." Lu Yi finally understood that it was not that Qin Yi was not sad, but that she could not show it. Looking at her eyes carefully, Lu Yi realized that this Rizhao's eyes did not have much spirit. It was as if there was a thick sadness hidden in them that could not be dissolved. He was speechless for a moment. "Chunzong was killed by Baijin's sneak attack. You killed Baijin, which is equivalent to avenging Chunzong's blood. Senior sister, thanks you here." As she spoke, Qin Yi stood up and bowed to Lu Yi. Her entire body was almost squatting down. Lu Yi finally understood why she came to find him. She was obviously here to thank him because he killed Baijin and avenged Chunzong's death. Lu Yi quickly raised his hand to support her. "Senior sister, you are too serious. Even if I did not do anything, Baijin would have been killed by senior sister Li Guan." Qin Yi stood up and shook her head. "If it were not for you, the 4 Galaxies battleships would have been completely annihilated. What happened after that would not have happened. Today, I took the liberty to visit you. As his widow, I am here to express my gratitude on behalf of my late husband." As she spoke, She flipped her hand again, and a radiant lotus appeared in her palm. Lu Yi could feel a strange energy fluctuation from the lotus. This companion moon lotus is a magic treasure grade spirit treasure, and was also a gift he gave me back then. Now that things have changed, keeping it will only cause sorrow. If junior brother doesn't mind, I'll give it to you. If you don't mind, senior sister can only destroy it. Since she had already said so, how could Lu Yi refuse? Could it be that he really had to watch Qin Yi destroy this spirit treasure? He quickly said, "Since senior sister is giving it to me, junior brother will accept it." Spirit treasures were hard to come by. They were often many times more valuable than treasures of the same quality. Lu Yi did not know what kind of power this accompanying moon lotus had, but it was definitely not bad. Spirit treasures were also divided into magic treasures and spirit treasures. Even if a cultivator was just a star constellation, they could activate the power of a magic treasure level spirit treasure. It was not like ordinary magic treasures. Even if a star constellation had it, they could not activate it. Lu Yi himself did not have much need for this spirit treasure. He had the spirit-suppressing pagoda in his divine sea. Although the spirit-suppressing pagoda's quality was not enough in the starry sky, he still had the specter ship. Even a spirit race like Li Shang could not do anything to his divine sea, let alone others. This thing was not bad for Yi. Yi was a spirit body. It was suitable for her. Lu Yi killed by Qin Yi naturally had to express her gratitude. This accompanying moon lotus was undoubtedly her gift. Seeing Lu Yi accept the accompanying moon lotus, Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. She then took out a pitch-black token and handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it suspiciously. "This is," Qin Yi explained, "this time there will be a late-stage moon jade from the northern Xian star system accompanying you. If you have any difficulties in the Myriad Sea, you can use this token to conscript all the cultivators in the northern Xian star system. Seeing this token is like seeing me. All the cultivators in the northern Xian star system will have to obey my orders." Lu Yi was overjoyed. He valued this token more than the accompanying moon lotus. After all, anything could happen in a place like the Myriad Sea. If the cultivators of the three realms were bullied one day and Luan Xiao could not handle it, he would have no one to ask for help. He could not count on Tang Jun. If Luan Xiao could not handle it, Tang Jun would be even more unreliable. A late-stage moon jade from the northern Xian star system should be quite strong. Moreover, this token could conscript all the cultivators in the northern Xian star system. This meant that Lu Yi had a natural ally. Qin Yi's gift was really big. Chapter 1609. Qin Yi had come in the middle of the night to thank Lu Yi personally. After giving him 2 gifts, she got up and left. However, when she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Yi. She smiled and said, "I've always been good at reading people. You have the same possibility as Qinzong and even more than him." Back then, more than 100 top families and forces in Beixian wanted to send their cultivators to Qin Yi for cultivation. In the end, Qin Yi chose Qinzong, who had no background or backing, because she saw a possibility in Qinzong. It turned out that she was right. Qinzong had indeed become one of the 2 pillars of Beixian. However, many years later, she did not see the possibility in anyone else until she met Lu Yi today. This was one of the reasons why she had come in the middle of the night. She wanted to thank Lu Yi personally and build a good relationship with him. After watching Qin Yi leave, Lu Yi closed the door and continued to immerse himself in the battle with Qing Fu. The next day, when the sky was about to brighten, someone came to look for him. This time, it was 3 Rizhao cultivators, led by Li Guan, Luo Xie, and Shi Hanqing. After Li Guan explained the purpose of their visit, Lu Yi finally understood why they were looking for him. He had expected this, so he agreed and followed the 3 out. Soon, the 4 of them appeared in a sealed area. A large number of cultivators had gathered here. Their cultivation bases varied, ranging from Yu Yao to Ling Shi. There were cultivators of all levels here. These cultivators were all from Jingyue, brought here by Shi Hanqing from the Jingyue Galaxy. Jingyue had Baijin, so who knew how many blood breeds had been planted in Jingyue over the past few hundred years? Judging from the situation of the previous battle, there must be more hidden blood breeds in Jingyue. However, Shi Hanqing did not have the ability to identify the blood breeds, so he brought all the cultivators who had contact with Baijin and the dead blood breeds from Jingyue. The main reason was to let Lu Yi take a look and find the hidden blood breeds. If he did not use this opportunity to borrow Lu Ye's ability, Shi Hanqing would have to investigate one by one to find the blood breeds. That would not only be troublesome, but also inappropriate. Little friend Lu, they're all here. I'm very grateful for your help in identifying them. Fellow Daoist, you're too courteous. It was nothing. Lu Yi nodded and looked at those people. There were about 20,000 cultivators gathered here. It could be seen that Shi Hanqing was determined to eradicate the blood breeds. Anyone who had the slightest relationship with Baijin or the dead blood breeds had probably been dragged here. No one knew why, but since Rizhao had spoken, no one dared to disobey him. However, there were indeed a few people in the crowd who looked uneasy. They knew that if everything went well, this should be the time when the Blood Breed and Zerg army would attack the indefinite star system. However, the Blood Breed and Zerg army were nowhere to be seen. The warships that were supposed to be destroyed in the Four Directions star system actually returned yesterday. These were all very bad signs. Lu Ye's serious gaze swept over everyone, and he quickly came up with an answer in his heart. After pointing out the hidden blood breeds, he left. He did not need to intervene in the rest of the matter. Shi Hanqing would take care of it. However, there were only a dozen or so hidden blood tribe members among the 20,000 people. Moreover, all of them were above the stars, and only one of them was Yu Yao. Judging from this, although the blood breeds had their own methods of concealing themselves, they probably could not use them if they were weak. The cultivators of the three realms received the most enthusiastic reception here. Every day, the indefinite star system would set up banquets and invite them to the banquets. They truly enjoyed themselves for a few days. 5 days later, the fleet was ready to set off again. However, this time, the size of the fleet was twice as large. Apart from the Three Realms fleet, the Four Directions star system had joined forces to assemble 15 planetary ships. A total of 1,000 people were ready to set off for the Wanxiang Sea. 1,000 people sounded like a lot, but on average, each galaxy only had 250 people. Originally, according to Jiang Shang and the others' discussion, 3,000 cultivators would set off for the Wanxiang Sea this time. This was a rare opportunity, so if they were going to do it, they would do it big. When the other galaxies set off for the Wanxiang Sea, they could only fight alone, so the number of people they could mobilize was limited. However, the Four Directions star system was different. When the four of them joined forces, their strength was much stronger than that of ordinary galaxies. However, in the battle with the Blood Breeds, the Four Directions star system's cultivators had suffered heavy losses. Now they could only mobilize so many people. Every galaxy had a late-stage Yu Yao accompanying them. On the indefinite star system side, the one accompanying them to the Wanxiang Sea was Lu Ye's old acquaintance, Kongcheng. Lu Yi was not familiar with the Yu Yao from the other 3 galaxies, but they had all participated in the previous battle, so he had seen them before. For late-stage Yu Yao and 1,000 constellations, this was a good lineup. Once they entered the Wanxiang Sea, as long as they made proper preparations, they might have a chance to conquer a spiritual island. It was not that they did not want to send out a battleship, but because they would have to cross the Long Cloud Galaxy. It would not be much of a problem if they only used a planetary ship to travel. However, if they used a battleship to barge into another galaxy, it would be somewhat provocative. This was common knowledge in space travel. If such a fleet with battleships barged into the indefinite star system, the indefinite star system would definitely not be happy. Not only that, but there was also a sunshine expert accompanying them to the Wanxiang Sea. Lu Yi had already explained the rules of the Wanxiang Sea to Jiang Shang and the others. Therefore, this sunshine expert would only follow them to the Wanxiang Sea and would not stay there for long. He probably wanted to get a feel of the route so that it would be easier for him to send people to the Wanxiang Sea in the future. On the day of departure, when the fleet took off, the entire indefinite realm was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The sound of gongs and drums filled the sky. It was as if they were sending their men to the battlefield. Many experts from the Four Directions star system watched as the fleet gradually disappeared into the distance. After leaving the indefinite realm, the fleet set off in the direction of the barren star system. Now, the fleet had a total of 31 planetary ships and 5 Tiger Shark battleships. It was 3 times larger than when they set off from the 9 states. Lu Ye's planetary ship took the lead, followed by the rest of the planetary ships. The 5 Tiger Shark battleships accompanied them on both sides. Everything was in order. On the starboat, Lu Yi pinched a ring of holding in his hand and examined its contents. As soon as he did, his expression flickered. This was the ring that Jiang Shang had given him before he left, saying that it was a small gift from the Four Directions star system. Lu Ye's previous contribution could be said to have saved the Four Directions star system and saved them from the flames of war. Qini knew that Lu Yi had killed Bai Jin and came to thank him in person. How could Sunshine not do anything? The gift in this storage ring was their way of expressing their gratitude. Lu Yi did not take it seriously at first. However, when he took a look, he found that there were 10 million spiritual jades in the ring. He was not a person who had not seen the world. When he was at his richest, he had more than 100 million spiritual jades. 10 million spiritual jades was nothing compared to his wealth. However, he had earned those spiritual jades in the Wanxiang Sea by auctioning the twin Qi-bound array disc. It would be difficult for him to get such an opportunity again. The Four Directions star system had gathered 10 million spiritual jades, which was 5 million spiritual jades per galaxy. For the indefinite realm and other galaxies that had never been in contact with the Wanxiang Sea, this amount of spiritual jades was not a small number. These spiritual jades were collected by the cultivators from the starry sky. This showed the sincerity of the Four Directions star system. Luan Xiao was standing next to Lu Yi. Seeing his strange expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Yi handed over the storage ring. "Take a look." Luan Xiao took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She was shocked. So many spiritual jades. She had never seen so many spiritual jades piled up together in her life. Is this their gift of thanks? Luan Xiao reacted. When Jiang Shang handed the storage ring to Lu Yi, she was next to him and naturally saw it. She was secretly amazed by the Four Directions star system's generosity. They took out so many spiritual jades just like that. Sure enough, the jade conch could not compare. However, when she thought about the impact on the Four Directions star system if they lost that battle, it seemed reasonable to have so many spiritual jades. "Let's split them," Lu Yi said. Luan Xiao's hand holding the storage ring trembled. She could not help but ask, "What?" Everyone contributed during the battle. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoists to share these spirit jades with everyone. Luan Xiao stared at him as if to see if he was joking. However, no matter how she looked, Lu Yi did not seem to be joking at all. This was 10 million spiritual jades. Not 1,000, but 10,000. I don't want to split them. Luan Xiao stuffed the storage ring back to Lu Yi. If you want to split them, you can split them among the cultivators of the 9 heavens. The people of the Qingli Taoist world and the Jade Conch world are only alive because of you. If you don't have the face to take them, then I don't have the face to split them. After a pause, she continued, and I advise you not to do this. The people of the Qingli Taoist world and the Jade Conch world are still very grateful to you. If you want to split the spiritual jades with them, how can they accept it? Cultivators had integrity, especially those who were chosen to enter the Wanxiang Sea. They were indebted to Lu Yi for saving their lives. Who would have the face to take the spiritual jades? Lu Yi thought about it and agreed. At first, he thought that since everyone came together and went through life and death together, it did not matter if they split the spiritual jades evenly. Anyway, the people of the Qingli Taoist world and the Jade Conch world took up a small portion. Most of the spiritual jades were from the 9 states. Now that Luan Xiao said so, Lu Yi gave up the idea of splitting the spiritual jades with the 2 worlds. As for the cultivators of the 9 states, he believed that no one would refuse. They were all a family. If Lu Yi wanted to give them, they could accept it. It was not the first time anyway. It was more important to improve their own strength first. Lu Yi took back the storage ring and found the sect master, letting him worry about this matter. 10 million spiritual jades. There were 300 cultivators of the 9 states this time. On average, each of them could get more than 30,000 spiritual jades. It was not a lot, but for the cultivators of the 9 states, it was not a small number. When they were at their richest, no one had more than 1,000 spiritual jades. Basically, when they found some spiritual jades in the starry sky, they would speed up refining and cultivating. With more than 30,000 spiritual jades, the cultivators of the 9 states would not have to worry about their own cultivation needs in the short term. Sure enough, no one refused anything. They were all happy when they received their share of the spiritual jades from the sect master. Chapter 1610. It took the fleet a month to reach the Barren Star region from the Boundless Realm. This Barren Star region was where the 4 galaxies intersected. It was also where Lu Yi had subdued Qi. Heavenly Dog Planet was in this region. When the fleet passed by Heavenly Dog Planet, many cultivators from the 3 realms looked at the dead planet from afar. They were amazed. How could there be such a strange dead planet in the Jade Snail Galaxy? On the other hand, the cultivators of the 9 regions were not surprised at all. Not to mention this dead, dog-like Death Star, they had even seen a realm where a woman's head and limbs were chopped off. Moreover, they were now at the edge of the 9 regions. Other than fighting Qing Qi, Lu Yi was deducing spirit runes. During this time, the Yu Yao from the 4 galaxies often came to visit. This time, Ri Zhao, who was accompanying them, would not stay for long at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Therefore, the 4 of them were the leaders of the 4 galaxies. When they returned to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, they needed to know how to establish themselves, how to earn cultivation resources, and how to manage relationships with the various factions. They came to find Lu Yi mainly to ask for advice. Lu Yi told them everything he knew, which benefited them greatly. After expressing their gratitude, they left. They were probably going to discuss the various matters at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. After some discussion, they decided to gather information after arriving at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Then, they would find a suitable spiritual island to conquer and use as a stronghold for the 4 galaxies. With so many people wanting to establish themselves at the 10,000 Elephant Sea, it was impossible to do so without a spiritual island. With their current foundation, they might have a chance of conquering a low-level spiritual island. After conquering the spiritual island, they would look for horses and see if they could conquer a mid-level spiritual island. After all, Ri Zhao was not involved in the conflict at the 10,000 Elephant Sea. With the 4 Yu Yao's combined forces and thousands of constellations, who would they be afraid of? They had just sent off the 4 Yu Yao when Ri Zhao, who was accompanying them, came running over. Ri Zhao, who was accompanying the 4 galaxies to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, was none other than Luo Xie from the Daluo Galaxy. Firstly, the Daluo Galaxy had the strongest foundation among the 4 galaxies. Secondly, Luo Xie's personality was more mellow, which made him suitable for this kind of thing. Otherwise, if it was someone like Li Guan, who was not good at communicating with others, it would not end well if he got into a fight with someone. In the past, when the 4 galaxies had important matters to discuss, Luo Xie would be the mediator. He was very experienced in dealing with people. Luo Xie did not say anything. I. Lu Yi was. While they were chatting, Luan Xiao ran over again. Luan Xiao's feelings were actually very complicated. Ever since they set off from the Qingli Dao world, she had always felt that she was the strongest. She had to take on the responsibility of being in charge along the way. Not only did she have to safely bring the fleet of the Three Realms to the Wanxiang Sea, but she also had to protect and take care of these constellations, especially the cultivators of the 9 regions. Except for Lu Yeqing, who was at the early stage of constellation, the cultivators from a newly promoted large domain basically had not seen much of the world. She thought she was the strongest, but it was just her wishful thinking. And because of that battle, the sunshine of the 4-direction star system were extremely polite to Lu Yi. No one treated him as a descendant of the constellation star system and treated him as an equal. Even Lu Yi himself was treated as a guest of honor. If it were not for Lu Yi, Luan Xiao knew that even if she was in the late Yueyao stage, the Rixis would not treat her differently. She wanted to take care of others, but she did not expect to be the one being taken care of. Now Rixis of Daluo was talking with Lu Yi. If it were her, she would not be so calm. Luan Xiao was surprised. What kind of world was the 9 Heavens realm? How could it produce a person like Lu Yi? Moreover, during the previous battle, she had also discovered that although the strength of the cultivators of the 9 Heavens was generally not high, their performance in the battle was far better than that of the cultivators of the Qingli Dao world and the Jade Conch world. It was as if they were very familiar with this kind of battle and knew how to act in that kind of anxious situation to the greatest extent to ensure their own safety. And when they fought with the enemy, they had a kind of bravery that was not afraid of death, which often frightened the enemy. Elder Luo, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Yi sighed. It was tiring to play dumb with Rizhao. The old man was very patient, but Lu Yi didn't want to continue chatting like this. If he had the time, he might as well go play with Qing Fu. After these days of fighting, he had developed a better understanding of Qing Fu's double blade secret technique. It shouldn't be long before he could retreat. Luo Xie smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask you how the cultivators of the 9 Heavens cultivate. How can everyone form a battle formation with others? This should not be the result of daily cultivation, right? Is there some kind of trick?" Lu Yi didn't know what Luo Xie was going to do here. Until now, he understood that it was because of this. In the previous battle, Luo Xie naturally saw the performance of the cultivators of the 9 regions, but at that time he couldn't protect himself, so he didn't have much energy to pay attention to it. Later, when he thought about it, he realized that something was wrong, because it didn't make sense that so many cultivators could casually form a battle formation. Luan Xiao, who was cooking fragrant tea at the side, heard this and couldn't help but look over. She was also very curious about this matter, but she had been too embarrassed to ask. In the previous battle, the cultivators of the 9 regions suffered so few losses. First, it was because of Lu Ye's timely rescue, and second, it was because their battle formation was so good that they had a stronger ability to protect themselves on the battlefield. Lu Yi didn't beat around the bush with Luo Xie, and directly threw a piece of the same qi and branches array disc over. "This thing is the key to the formation." Luo Xie was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lu Yi to be so easy to talk to. He thought that this must be a secret, so he was too embarrassed to ask until Lu Yi took the initiative to ask. After holding the array disc and studying it for a while, Luo Xie immediately looked shocked. "What is this?" He could tell that this thing was a spirit treasure, and its quality wasn't very high. However, after activating it, his aura could actually connect closely with Lu Yi and Luan Xiao. In other words, the 3 of them could completely form a battle formation at this moment. However, this thing seemed to be unable to withstand the power of sunshine, and even Yao couldn't use it. Moreover, when Sunshine and Yao fought, the range of their movements was too large, and the range of this array disc's power was too small, so it was probably only Xingsu could use it. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. Luan Xiaoa also noticed this, and her expression changed. The same qi and branches array disc. Lu Yi explained. It's sold on the 10,000 manifestation sea. Luo Xia raised his brows. How much is this thing selling for? Lu Yi said, when I left, it seemed to be close to 10,000 spirit jades. It's probably slightly cheaper now. A few years had passed, and those great forces should have made considerable progress in their research on the same qi and branches array disc. As long as this thing was refined in large quantities, its price would naturally fall. It's so cheap. Luo Xia was shocked. 10,000 spirit jades could buy one, but the use of this thing was far more than that. He couldn't help but sigh. The 10,000 manifestations sea is indeed extraordinary. This kind of wondrous thing could be sold on the 10,000 manifestations sea. If it wasn't connected to the 10,000 manifestations sea, where could one find it? If this treasure was installed on a large scale, the strength of the Xingsu cultivators in the entire realm would increase by a large margin. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he said, Elder Luo, I have some extra array discs. Luo Xia immediately looked over. How many do you have? Lu Yi asked, How many do you want? Luo Xia thought for a moment, then took out a storage ring and fiddled with it for a while. Then he handed it to Lu Yi. Take a look and see how much you can buy with these. Lu Yi used his divine perception to scan the ring and found that there were about a few 100,000 spirit jades and a few transcendent artifacts inside. Sunshine only had a few 100,000 spirit jades on him. How shabby! However, on second thought, Luo Xia wasn't a loner, and spirit jades were basically useless to his cultivation. He usually used them to power his star boat or other treasures. It was normal for him to have a few 100,000 spirit jades on him. Lu Yi wasn't sure about the quality of the transcendent artifacts. He hadn't reached Yu Yao's level yet, so he hadn't come into contact with transcendent artifacts. However, transcendent artifacts seemed to be priced according to their star rank. As far as he knew, a 3-star transcendent artifact would cost about 90,000 spirit jades. The price would increase by at least 3 times with every increase in star rank. The transcendent artifacts that Luo Xia took out were probably ones that he didn't use, so their quality wouldn't be too high. At most, they would be 3 or 4 stars. With a rough idea in mind, Lu Yi said, How about 300 array discs? Luo Xia hurriedly said, Deal. Lu Yi knew that he had set the price of Luo Xia's transcendent artifacts too high. However, the array discs were something that Luo Xia had refined himself, so it didn't matter if they were sold at a high price or a low price. When the people from the 4-direction star system arrived at the 10,000 manifestation sea, they could protect themselves with the help of the array discs. Lu Yi immediately took out 300 array discs and handed them to Luo Xia. Luo Xia was about to leave when Lu Yi hurriedly said, Elder Luo, I have a request. Luo Xia said straightforwardly, Just say it. Lu Yi looked at Luan Xiaoa and said, Senior Sister Luan is at the late stage of Yu Yao's cultivation level, but she has no idea how to break through to Sunshine. If Elder Luo has the time, can you give her a few pointers? Luan Xiaoa paused in the middle of brewing tea and looked at Lu Yi gratefully. She hadn't expected that Lu Yi would understand her purpose in coming here. She had been wanting to ask Luo Xia for advice these days, but unfortunately they didn't have much of a relationship, so she was too embarrassed to do so. She had learned a lot from Qin Yi, but breaking through to Sunshine wasn't something that could be done just by listening to one person's experience. Thus, she wanted to find more Sunshine cultivators to ask for advice. Now that Luo Xia was going to the 10,000 manifestations sea with the fleet, she naturally didn't want to miss out. Thus, when she heard that Luo Xia was coming here, she took the initiative to come here. Her main goal was to get familiar with him so that it would be convenient for her to ask for advice in the future. She felt ashamed. As expected, she was the one who was being taken care of. Chapter 1611. Luo Xia glanced at Luan Xiao and said with a smile, "That's not a problem. Junior sister Luan, you can find me later. I'm always available." Although the experience and understanding of Ri Zhao's advancement was not particularly precious, it was not something that could be taught casually. Usually, it would only be taught when Ri Zhao of one's own galaxy took care of the younger generation. Luan Xiao and Luo Xia were not related. If Lu Yi had not spoken, it would have been difficult to achieve this. But since Lu Yi had spoken, Luo Xia naturally had to respect him. Luan Xiao was overjoyed and got up to thank him. After Luo Xia left, Luan Xiao looked at Lu Yi and bowed. "Thank you, junior brother." Previously, she had always called Lu Yi a friend, but now she called him junior brother. There was no doubt that her attitude had changed. Lu Yi waved his hand. "It's nothing." Luan Xiao stammered again. "Junior brother, the twin spirit array disc. Can you give me some on credit? I'll give you the spiritual jades that the jade conch boundary earns on the Vientiane Sea." Lu Yi shook his head and took out dozens of array discs and handed them to her. He sighed. "I didn't expect the battle with the insect clan to be so dangerous. I thought it would be a battle without suspense, so I didn't let the people of the Jade, Conch Boundary, and Qingli Boundary be equipped with array discs. We suffered some losses for no reason. Senior sister, take these array discs. There's no need for spiritual jades. In the future, the three realms will have to advance and retreat together on the Vientiane Sea." Lu Yi was actually a little annoyed. If he had given the array discs to the cultivators of the Jade, Conch Boundary, and Qingli Boundary earlier, the casualties in the battle might have been less. Even if one more person survived because of the array discs, it would have been worth it. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the battle without suspense would turn out to be so dangerous. If he had not used the Bone Sun to attract the dancers, the entire fleet of warships in the Four Directions galaxy would have been destroyed. The array discs were indeed worth some spiritual jades, but he refined them himself and did not spend much spiritual jades. As he said, in the future, the cultivators of the three realms would have to advance and retreat together on the Vientiane Sea. So it was only right to give some array discs to the people of the Jade, Conch Boundary, and Qingli Boundary. 1 month after the fleet entered the Barren Star area, they arrived at the space splitting mirror. This starry sky wonder was extremely dangerous. There were spatial cracks everywhere. Some could be seen with the naked eye, some could not be seen with the physical body, and even the divine sense could not be sensed clearly. When looked at from afar, this region was like an enormous cracked mirror that lay across the starry sky for countless years. It was a breathtaking sight. Even Sunshine, who was as strong as Luo Xia, didn't dare to barge into the range of the void splitting mirror. Lu Yi led the star boat around the void splitting mirror. In the Cyan Hall inside Ho, a storm of blades swept out. Qing Fu's body turned into a spinning top, and so did Lu Yi. The two blade storms constantly collided and disappeared in the Green Hall. The momentum was extremely shocking. It wasn't until a long time later that the violent storm of blades gradually subsided. Qing Fu was unharmed while Lu Yi was in a miserable state. Fortunately, this was only a wisp of his divine sense and not his real body. Otherwise, this battle would have ended with him seriously injured. Qing Fu put away her twin blades, nodded slightly to Lu Yi, and then disappeared. Lu Ye's expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. He knew that he had passed Qing Fu's test. After training under Qing Fu for so long, he had reached a higher level in dual wielding. If he wanted to make further progress in this field, he would need to explore and practice on his own. Thinking back, after subduing Ho, he had seen 3 previous masters of Ho in this Cyan Hall. Qing Li's bearing fangs, Yan Shi's sweeping sword, and Qing Fu's twin blades. Each of these masters' attainments in bladesmanship were far superior to Lu Ye's. Although he had gone through untold hardships to pass the tests of these ancestors, it did not mean that these ancestors only had this kind of ability. If it had been a true life or death battle, these seniors would have had many more methods at their disposal. But what they had left behind in the nightmare were their proudest techniques. Furthermore, when Lu Yi broke in, they were mostly testing and teaching him. Now that he had passed Qing Fu's test, the next one should appear. Lu Yi could not help but look forward to it. He wanted to know which race this fourth master came from and what methods they were so proud of. Looking over, the stream of light after Qing Fu's dissipated figure gathered again and turned into a figure. Lu Yi looked over and found that it was actually a human. Sure enough, there were still masters in the human race. Across the starry sky, the human race could be said to be the largest race. No other race could compare to the human race in terms of population. However, 3 figures of the previous masters had appeared in Ho, including one from the insect race. There was not a single human, so Lu Yi was somewhat disappointed. Now he finally saw one. This person was not tall, and his face could not be considered handsome. But there was an awe-inspiring aura about him that could not be ignored. He stood there, his body slightly turned, a long blade at his waist. His left hand gripped the scabbard while his right hand gripped the hilt. He looked at Lu Yi indifferently, as if he was looking at a dead man, even if it was only a wisp of divine sense. Being stared at like this made Lu Ye's hair stand on end. This was a feeling he had never felt when he was being sharpened by Qing Li, Yan Shi, and Qing Fu. This human in front of him was clearly very calm, but under that calm surface, there seemed to be a volcano about to erupt. Lu Yi immediately understood that this person's next attack would be earth-shattering. A faint voice rang out as this ancestor introduced himself, just like Qing Li and the others. "Human Wang Xiao!" Lu Yi almost did not hear his voice. All of his attention was focused on the blade in this person's hand. Then he heard the hum of a blade and a flash of light. Wang Xiao's blade seemed to have been unsheathed, but it also seemed to have not. When he came back to his senses, Lu Yi opened his eyes. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he felt a slight, stabbing pain in his head. Suppressing the lingering fear in his heart, Lu Yi took out a stalk of spirit-refining grass and refined it to repair the damage to his divine sense. When he thought back to that moment, Lu Yi was amazed. There was no doubt that Wang Xiao's attack was based on the late Constellation Realm, but he had been killed on the spot before he could even see it clearly. He had almost no power to fight back. He roughly understood that the inheritance Wang Xiao left behind was the explosive power of that blade. Wang Xiao's blade had indeed been unsheathed, but his movements were too fast. The moment it left the scabbard, the blade returned to its scabbard. Even though Lu Yi had been staring at it, he had almost missed it. What a powerful blade! Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He was already very strong to begin with. It could be said that he was invincible among his peers. If he could comprehend the secrets of this blade, he might even be able to kill Yu Yao with a single strike. However, Lu Yi was soon puzzled. Whether it was Qing Li and Shi or Qing Fu, they had all taught him through battle, allowing him to gradually comprehend the secrets of their inheritances. How was he supposed to comprehend Wang Xiao's inheritance? There was no resistance at all because Lu Ye's wisp of divine sense couldn't block such a saber strike. If his physical body could enter the Green Hall, there might have been a chance. But there was no resistance. He would die if he saw the blade light, let alone comprehend it. Even if he was lucky enough to block that blade, he would not be able to comprehend its secrets. He would not be able to cultivate that kind of blade technique. After thinking about it, Lu Yi felt that the most important thing now was to survive that blade. He had to survive first before anything else. After a short rest, Lu Ye's consciousness once again immersed itself in the Green Hall. When he reappeared, he was not far from Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao was still in the same position. Lu Yi immediately retreated until he was at the edge of the Green Hall. However, he still did not feel safe. Wang Xiao was not in a hurry to attack. It was as if he was waiting for Lu Yi to get ready. When Lu Yi steadied himself and summoned the Mountain Pan Saber and the God-slaying Saber, Wang Xiu moved slightly. Another blade light appeared, and Lu Yi found that he had been killed for no reason. No. Lu Yi shook his head. He knew that he had made a mistake. After a short rest, he re-entered the Green Hall. This time, however, he did not dodge. When he reappeared, he slashed at Wang Xiu. Since he could not defend, he would attack and see if he could create an opening. That attack was powered by Qing Li's lineage. When the blade fell, it was as if an invisible beast had opened its bloody mouth, and its fangs were intertwined. Wang Xiu had no intention of dodging. The blade light appeared again and the fangs shattered. Again. This time, Lu Yi activated his infernal breath and flew around the Green Hall like a bolt of lightning, but he was still killed by Wang Xiu with a single slash. Again, Lu Yi used Qing Li's windmill to create a blade storm in the Green Hall. However, he still could not block Wang Xiu's blade. After trying a few more times, Lu Yi returned without success. He even used the Tyrant Saber technique and the 10,000 heavy tidal waves, which gave him a splitting headache. As he refined the spirit-refining grass to recover, he stared at the pyrolite lying on his lap with a frown. As Qing Li's inheritance, Wang Xiu's inheritance was somewhat unreasonable. This did not mean that the others' inheritances were inferior to Wang Xiu's. It was just that they all had their own strengths. Wang Xiu's blade was an instant explosion. Although Lu Yi had passed the test of the others' inheritances, he was not them. He did not cultivate their inheritances well. Of course, he could not block Wang Xiu's attack. When it came to cultivation, it was taboo to go down a dead end. Lu Yi thought for a long time and could not think of a solution. He stopped thinking about it and took out some spiritual jades to cultivate. At the same time, he activated the talent tree's power to deduce spiritual patterns. Since he obtained Qing Li, he spent most of his time talking to the ancestors. Chapter 1612. The fleet circled around the space-splitting mirror and sailed for another half a month before finally arriving at the Mist Dragon. When looked at from afar, it was like an enormous dragon condensed into form from mist, and it resided in the starry sky and occupied an enormous territory. Unlike the space-splitting mirror, this kind of starry sky wonder didn't seem dangerous on the surface. In fact, it wouldn't be too dangerous after entering it. However, if one didn't have a special method, even Rizhao would lose his way and be trapped inside. The fleet stopped at the edge of the Mist Dragon. It wasn't a random choice, but a spot that Lu Yi had specified. Only by going straight into the Mist Dragon from this spot would they reach the Worm Passage. If they deviated even a little, they might miss it. If that happened, it would only be a waste of time and energy. At this moment, many cultivators were making preparations. The 5 Tiger Shark warships had been put away in advance, and the 31 starboats had been reduced to 5. Everyone was squeezed on these 5 starboats. The cultivators took out rope-like treasures and tied them to the bow and stern of the starboats to make sure they were secure. This was something that had to be done before entering the Mist Dragon. Back when Lu Yi had passed through the Mist Dragon, he had traveled alone and didn't have much trouble. However, now that he had so many people with him, he had to consider more. He had to make sure that no one would get lost in this place. It was inconvenient to have too many starboats, so he could only try his best to simplify them. Lu Ye's starboat was still the leader. After making sure everyone was ready and not leaving the starboat, Lu Yi gave the order to set sail. The 5 starboats sailed slowly towards the Mist Dragon. The cultivators from the 4 galaxies who knew about the Mist Dragon couldn't help but be on tenterhooks. On the other hand, the cultivators of the 3 realms were a little fearless because they didn't know anything. Luo Xie stood beside Lu Yi and looked at him calmly. He was very curious about how Lu Yi was going to lead everyone through the Mist Dragon. Lu Yi had shown the star map from Wuding to the Myriad Sea to Jiangshang. With Rizhao's cultivation base, Jiangshang had a photographic memory, and the star map wasn't complicated, so he had naturally memorized it. By now, almost all the cultivators in the 4 galaxies knew the route on the star map and that it was given to them by the reincarnation tree. However, no one knew how to safely pass through the mist dragon and enter the worm passage. This was probably the most difficult part of this trip. Luo Xie had come along this time for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to guard the fleet and protect them. Secondly, he wanted to understand this matter. As long as he understood Lu Ye's methods, he would be able to send people to the Wanxiang Sea in the future. He was old and shrewd, so he didn't ask Lu Yi directly about this matter because he felt that he would be able to tell through observation. As they got closer and closer to the mist dragon, under Luo Xie's gaze, Lu Yi suddenly took out a piece of deadwood from his storage ring, then lit it up with a flame. Luo Xie stared fixedly at the deadwood. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Young friend, this wood." Lu Yi turned his head to look at him. What did Elder Luo see? Luo Xie shook his head. "I can't say for sure. This thing feels familiar to me, as if I've seen it somewhere before." He was sure that he had seen this kind of wood before, but even with his Rizhao memory, he couldn't remember where he had seen it. This was a little strange. This kind of wood was definitely not an ordinary item. Otherwise, it would not give him such a strange sense of familiarity. But if he lit this piece of dead wood, would it have any effect on the strangeness of the mist dragon? "What is this piece of wood?" Luo Xie was unable to restrain himself. He was unable to restrain himself. "Nai shi fei shi fei shi fei, jin hua huan taji mu qiao di shua, yi shi fei, 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 shi fei jin hua." "This thing should be in the Great Net Galaxy," Lu Yi said, whetting Luo Xie's appetite. "And it has something to do with the reincarnation tree." Something to do with the reincarnation tree. Luo Xie was stunned for a moment, then reacted with great surprise. "This is a clone of the reincarnation tree?" Lu Yi nodded. "Yes, this is also a gift from the reincarnation tree." Luo Xie's eyes twitched. Although the reincarnation tree had bestowed countless clones since ancient times, which realm didn't treat these clones seriously? After all, this was a way to contact a starry sky treasure like the reincarnation tree, so no realm would treat it lightly. They would only treat it as the most precious treasure in their realm. Not only would there be experts guarding it, but it would also not be easily damaged. No one knew if damaging the reincarnation tree's clone would anger the most famous starry sky treasure. But now, someone had actually ignited a section of the reincarnation tree's clone in front of him. If Luo Xie hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, considering that the star chart in Lu Ye's hand had been bestowed by the reincarnation tree, it didn't seem strange that the starry sky treasure had bestowed such a section of withered wood. Lu Yi didn't explain, only nodding. Sort of. Although he had dug out this reincarnation tree's clone from a dead star, without the reincarnation tree's guidance, he wouldn't have had such a way. It wouldn't be a problem to say that it was bestowed by the reincarnation tree. So that's how it is. Luo Xie suddenly understood. He had been wondering what method Lu Yi had used to travel through the mist dragons. It turned out that he had borrowed the power of the reincarnation tree. This explained everything. Even if it was just a section of withered wood, it still came from the reincarnation tree, so it naturally possessed mysterious and unfathomable power. If this was the case, the other galaxies couldn't do the same. The Daluo galaxy indeed had more than one reincarnation tree's clone, but they couldn't cut it down, right? If they angered the reincarnation tree, the losses would outweigh the gains. He finally understood why Lu Yi had generously taken out the star chart. Now, it seemed that if they wanted to travel from the indefinite star to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, just the star chart wasn't enough. They also had to use the reincarnation tree's clone as a torch. The flame only covered an area of 3 feet in radius, flickering continuously even in the starry sky, but it was a bright light for the fleet to move forward. As the fleet sailed into the mist dragons, they couldn't see their own hands in front of them. There was only a thick mist lingering around, and their divine sense was only 3 inches away from their bodies. Everyone had been warned in advance to stay on the star boat obediently, not daring to run around. Lu Yi hadn't done anything else during this time. Although he had experienced traveling through the mist dragons once and was confident in the torch lit by the reincarnation tree's clone, there were still 1,500 cultivators following him on this trip, so he couldn't afford to be careless. He had been standing at the bow of the ship, monitoring the surroundings, vigilant for any accidents that might happen at any time. Several days later, while Lu Yi was observing from the bow of the ship, he suddenly heard Yi shout, "Lu Yi!" Lu Yi hurriedly turned his head and saw that not far away, Yi had a worried look on her face as she stared at Yaya, who was in her arms. The 2 of them were standing at the side of the ship, but at this moment, Yaya was looking at a certain direction in the depths of the mist dragon, her gaze fixed on it, as if she had discovered something. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi hurriedly handed the torch in his hand to Luan Xiaoa and walked to Yi's side. Yi said, "Since yesterday, Yaya has been acting strangely. She kept looking over there, and now it's even more obvious. She seems to want to go in." Following Yi's words, Yaya began to squirm restlessly in her arms. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Yaya and asked, "Yaya, is there something in there?" Yaya was rescued by him from the mist dragon. Although he did not know who Yaya was, judging from the magic that Yaya had shown, she was obviously not an ordinary person. When Lu Yi rescued her, she had been in a deep sleep, so naturally she would not have any reaction. Now that she had returned and was awake, if there was something in the mist dragon related to her, then she might be able to sense it. "Yes." Yaya nodded. "What is it?" Lu Yi asked. Yaya shook her head, revealing a blank look. "I don't know." She might not even know who she was now, and her mind was damaged. Even if she had some perception, it was limited to perception. "I'll go get it," Yaya suddenly said, and then her small body darted out of Yi's arms like a monkey into the mist dragon. Yi was shocked and reached out to catch her, but how could she catch her? She had clearly seen Yaya enter the mist dragon, but in the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. A figure darted out from beside her, and Lu Ye's voice came to Yi's ears. "Let the fleet continue forward. When we reach the worm path, we will meet on the other side." "Lu Yi!" Yi exclaimed, but Lu Yi was nowhere to be seen. Luo Xia heard the sound and ran over. After learning the whole story, he pondered for a moment and said, "Since our young friend Lu has said so, then we will do as he says." It was not good for the fleet to stop and wait here. As for Lu Ye's safety, there was no need to worry. After all, he had the experience of passing through the mist dragon, and there should be more than one section of the reincarnation tree in his hands. In the mist dragon, Lu Yi moved very quickly, grabbing Yaya, and then took out a section of the reincarnation tree from his storage ring, lit it and held it in his hand. He lowered his head and reprimanded, "Next time you have to discuss anything with me, you can't run out alone." Yaya did not speak, and it was unknown if she did not hear him. She just looked ahead, not moving for a moment. Along the way, Lu Yi did not dare to go too fast in the mist dragon. Sometimes, if there was a slight deviation in the direction, Yaya would give him directions. After running in the mist dragon like this for a full day, Lu Yi suddenly felt that something was wrong, because there was a faint light blooming in his arms. Looking down, he found that the faint light came from a jade bracelet on Yaya's lotus root-like wrist. When he first found Yaya, other than the clothes she was wearing, she only had this jade bracelet. However, so far, Lu Yi had not found anything special about this jade bracelet, so he did not pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, it reacted at this time. Not only was the jade bracelet emitting a faint light, but even in the depths of the mist dragon, there was a similar faint light blooming. Now, without Yaya's guidance, Lu Yi knew what to do. Chapter 1613. Yaya's jade bracelets were actually a pair. One of them should have been lost in the mist dragon when she fainted. If Yaya hadn't returned this time, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. It was because she followed Lu Yi back to the mist dragon that she noticed it and was able to retrieve the lost jade bracelet. After retrieving her jade bracelet, Yaya was obviously very happy. Her small face was brimming with a flower-like smile. She shook her head and put the jade bracelet on her other wrist. The size was just right. Lu Yi stared at it for a while and found that there were many mysterious and fine lines flowing on the jade bracelet. But before he could take a closer look, the lines disappeared. This pair of jade bracelets must be something very important to Yaya. Now that they were back, Lu Yi was happy for her. Daddy, Yaya is sleepy. I want to sleep for a while, Yaya suddenly said, and then curled up in Lu Yi's arms. Sleep. Lu Yi hugged her and patted her back gently. He turned around and rushed in the direction he came from. He didn't notice at all that, at this moment, the jade bracelets on Yaya's wrist seemed to have a subtle and mysterious flow into her body. This was something that had never happened before. Holding Yaya in one hand and a torch in the other, he traveled unimpeded in the mist dragon. But as he walked, Lu Yi found that something was wrong. He was sure that he was going back the way he came, and his speed was very fast. If there were no accidents, he should be able to catch up with the fleet in a few days. But in fact, he didn't find any trace of the fleet. Half a month later, the thick fog that shrouded the surroundings suddenly dissipated, and his vision became clear. Lu Yi was stunned to find that he had passed through the mist dragon. I ran in the wrong direction. Lu Yi was a little helpless. In a place like the mist dragon, it was really impossible to distinguish the direction carefully. The slightest mistake would lead to such a result. Obviously, he had gone in the wrong direction. With no other choice, he could only look outside the mist dragon for a while to determine the specific location of the insect path. He turned around and rushed into the mist dragon again, going straight ahead. This time there was no problem. After another half a month, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the front. Looking with the help of the torch's light, it was indeed the insect path. But before Lu Yi rushed into the insect path, he couldn't help but be shocked because he saw an unfamiliar figure outside the insect path. What made him even more awe-inspiring was that the aura emanating from this figure was at the level of sunshine. At this moment, Ri Zhao was standing outside the insect tunnel, as if he was looking at something. Lu Yi rushed over with a torch in his hand. Naturally, he saw it. Lu Yi was secretly on guard. It was not a wonderful experience to encounter a stranger like Ri Guang in such a place. Yaya was in a deep sleep, and he had no ability to resist Ri Guang himself. If Ri Guang had any ill intentions, he could kill him here and no one would know. Just as she was on guard, she heard Ri Zhao say, Lu Yi! Lu Yi was stunned, but he reacted quickly. Yes, Senior is... Ri Zhao continued, Changyin, Fan Li. While speaking, Fan Li stared at the torch in Lu Yi's hand for a while, then said, Come with me. With a wave of his hand, pure energy gushed out and wrapped around Lu Yi. Then he turned and rushed into the insect path. Lu Yi did not resist, because if things were as he thought, there was no need to resist. If things were not as he thought, there was no point in resisting. Moreover, this insect path was not very stable to begin with. When he first came here, he had to borrow the power of the Dragon Emperor. Now that Ri Guang was leading him, it saved him some trouble. Soon, the two of them passed through the insect path. The other end of the insect path was under the abyss of a dead star. This dead star should have been a large realm a long time ago, or else it would not have a clone of the reincarnation tree. However, for some unknown reason, the realm's foundation withered, and its vitality was no longer there, slowly turning into a dead star. In the starry sky, the rise and fall of realms was a common thing. The Qigong continent was now in a state of decline. In the end, it would either become a mortal realm without any cultivators, or it would be completely destroyed and become a dead star. After rushing out of the abyss with Lu Yi, Fan Li ignored him and went straight to a palace-like place in the sky. Lu Yi saw the cultivators of the 3 realms and the 4 directions galaxy waiting not far away. Seeing him appear, Hua Xiai and Yi hurriedly came over. "What's the situation now?" Lu Yi asked. Hua Xiai said, "We rushed out of the insect path and came here according to your orders. However, a few days later, the cultivators of our galaxy rushed over, led by Riguang. Now, Elder Luo is negotiating with them." Lu Yi nodded. Things were as he thought. When he saw Riguang at the entrance of the insect path, he guessed that it might be Riguang of the Long Cloud Galaxy. It turned out that this was indeed the case. Fan Li was indeed Riguang of the Long Cloud Galaxy. When Lu Yi left this place alone, he didn't cause too much of a commotion. He even had the chance to cover up the entrance. After all, this place was at the edge of Changyin, and very few cultivators came here on a normal day. However, it was different when he came back. With so many cultivators traveling together, and Riguang with Luo Xie, it would definitely alarm the Riguang of the galaxy. Fan Li must have noticed the abnormality here, so he brought people to investigate. A new insect path leading to another place appeared in the galaxy. Anyone would pay attention to it. No one could guarantee where the other end of the insect path led to or who would come here. The reason Fan Li went to investigate personally was probably because of such considerations. However, the other end of the insect path was a strange place like the Mist Dragon, so even though Fan Li went there, he didn't dare to leave the insect path. He only observed nearby and just happened to meet Lu Yi, who had just returned, so he brought him back. As for why Fan Li knew his name, Lu Yi guessed that it was probably Luo Xie who told him. Luo Xie was probably afraid that Fan Li would kill him if he met Lu Yi, so he specifically reminded him. Now that the 2 Riguang were negotiating in the palace, the others could not interfere and could only wait quietly. Just like when Lu Yi passed by the indefinite galaxy, he insisted on paying a visit to the indefinite sacred palace. With so many people passing by the same galaxy, he naturally had to greet the host if he needed to borrow the path. Now the fleet was about to pass through the Long Cloud Galaxy, and even had to use the insect path that connected to the Wanxiang Galaxy. This kind of thing usually did not have any twists and turns. Which cultivator did not travel outside? They had all been to other galaxies, so borrowing the path was a common thing. If it was convenient for others, it was convenient for oneself. While waiting, Luo Xie's voice suddenly came to his ears. "Little friend Lu, come up and talk." Lu Yi looked up at the palace, then handed Yaya in his arms to Yi and said, "Elder Luo is calling me. I will be back soon." His figure rose into the sky and entered the palace. Soon, he saw Luo Xie's silhouette in the main hall of the palace. Fan Li was also there, and the 2 of them were sitting on chairs. Lu Yi glanced at Luo Xie. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Luo Xie did not seem very happy. He stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Luo Xie said, "Yi, Taoist fan of the Long Cloud Galaxy, is very interested in how you were able to move freely in the Mist Dragon. Can you explain?" Lu Yi could not help but frown. Luo Xie knew how he was able to move freely in the Mist Dragon. There was no need for him to come over and explain. However, since Luo Xie said so, Lu Yi could only do as he was told and explain the whole story. Fan Li said, "So the torch you were holding before was a part of the reincarnation tree's clone." "That's right," Fan Li said. "May I ask where little friend obtained this doppelganger?" Lu Yi calmly replied, "Naturally, it was bestowed by the reincarnation tree." Fan Li continued, "May I ask if little friend has any extra on hand?" Lu Yi naturally had many. The dead reincarnation tree's clone had been cut into dozens of pieces, and he had only used 2 pieces. Because this thing was very resistant to burning, Lu Yi had used the same piece every time he went back and forth. Previously, when he went to find Yaya, he had used the second piece. After burning for almost a month, he had only burned half of it. At this moment, from the meaning of Fan Li's words, it seemed that he wanted to ask for more. Lu Yi could not help but look at Luo Xie. Luo Xie said indifferently, Taoist Fan wants to ask for a piece from you. It seems that he has a great use for it. If you have more, you can give Taoist Fan a piece. If not, then forget it. The meaning of his words could not be more obvious. He obviously did not want Lu Yi to agree. After all, as long as he had the reincarnation tree's clone, he would be able to pass through the mist dragon and enter the four-way star system. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then said, Elder Shu bestowed me 3 pieces of the reincarnation tree, and I do have 1 piece. If Senior wants it, just take it. As he said this, he took out a piece of the reincarnation tree's clone and handed it over. Fan Li happily took it and said with a smile, Very good, very good. He played with it fondly. Obviously, he did not expect this matter to be settled so easily. Luo Xie pursed his lips and drank his tea. He was in a very bad mood because he also wanted to ask Lu Yi for a piece of the reincarnation tree. In the end, he was too embarrassed to ask. Now, someone else had beaten him to it. I was the one who was first. Lu Yi was also quite helpless. After all, the fleet had to pass through other people's territory. Moreover, considering that there might be more people coming in the future, the matter of passing through would not be limited to just 1 or 2 times. If he offended them now, there was no need to talk about the future. Giving up a piece of the reincarnation tree's clone so that his future path would be smoother was a deal. Chapter 1614. Inside the hall, after hearing Fan Li's explanation, Luo Xie said, Then I wish you all the best. Fan Li smiled and said, Thank you. While the two of them were talking, Luo Xie secretly gave Lu Yi a look. Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, Senior, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Fan Li nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Yi turned around and flew out of the palace, returning to the place where the cultivators of the 3 realms were gathered. The sect master ran over and asked about it, and Lu Yi told him the truth. After a while, Luo Xie also flew out of the palace and stopped in midair. He cupped his fists and said, Fellow Taoist Fan, see you later. See you later. Fan Li's voice rang out from the palace before he flew away. After Fan Li's palace was far away, Luo Xie snorted softly, flicked a sleeve, and ordered, Get on the ships and set sail. Everyone quickly returned to their positions. 31 star boats and 5 tiger shark warships soon rose into the air, and the fleet set sail again. On the leading star boat, Lu Yi looked at Luo Xie and said, Elder Luo, you don't seem very happy. Luo Xie said angrily, That Fan Li must have fallen into the trap of money. Do you know what he asked me at the beginning? What was it? Lu Yi asked. It seemed that Luo Xie and Fan Li had talked for a while before he came back. Fan Li must have made some inappropriate request that made Luo Xie so angry. Luo Xie opened his palm and said, 5,000 spirit jades. What? Lu Yi was confused. Tolls. Luo Xie said angrily. Just as Lu Yi was thinking that 5,000 spirit jades wasn't a lot, Luo Xie added, Based on the number of people. Based on the number of people, it would be 5,000 spirit jades per person. 1,500 people. That would be 7 to 8 million spirit jades. Of course, for directions, Galaxy could afford it, but it wasn't the right way to spend spirit jades. If it weren't for the fact that we need to pass through here, I wouldn't have bothered to put up with his attitude. I would have slapped him long ago. Luo Xie raised his hand and pretended to slap Fan Li's face as if he had really slapped him. Only then did he feel much better. Elder Luo, please calm down. Who told us to pass through here? Lu Yi hurriedly comforted him. Luo Xie sighed. It's a pity that my 4-way galaxy doesn't have a direct path to Wanxiang. He turned to look at Lu Yi. I heard that your jade, Conch Galaxy has one, but it hasn't stabilized yet? Lu Yi nodded. Indeed. Remember to inform the four-way star system when things have stabilized. The cultivators of the four-way star system will leave from your side. There's no need to listen to others. After calming himself down, Luo Xie said, However, I've already discussed it with Fanli. In the future, if any one of us wants to pass through here, we just have to greet them when we come over. Although they were connected by the insect path, Chongyun and the four-direction star system were destined not to have much interaction because of places like the Mist Dragon. After all, every time they passed through the Mist Dragon, they had to use the power of the reincarnation tree to ignite the reincarnation tree. Both sides did not have much capital to do so, so they did not have the ability to frequently visit each other's territory. This time, Fan Li had obtained a section of the reincarnation tree and regarded it as a treasure. Luo Xie took the opportunity to mention future matters, and Fan Li readily agreed. That's great. Lu Yi nodded. The fleet continued to move forward. Not long after, cultivators from the Chongyun appeared in the vicinity. However, they did not approach and only watched from afar for a few days before leaving. However, this kind of surveillance did not stop, and groups of people came and went. The cultivators from the Chongyun must have received the news and done this under Fan Li's arrangement. After all, the fleet was not small. There were 1,500 people, more than 30 planetary ships, and Rizhao was also present. No matter which galaxy they entered, the others would not let their guard down. This kind of surveillance was necessary. Crossing the entire Chongyun galaxy was the longest part of the journey. With Luo Xie leading the fleet, Lu Yi did not have to worry about anything. He had been fighting with Wang Xiu in the Cyan Hall all day long, and had been cut down by Wang Xiu many times. He had also gradually seen some tricks. Although he still couldn't block the explosive power of Wang Xiu's saber for the time being, he could at least react when Wang Xiu made a move. It wasn't like at the beginning, when Wang Xiu's saber was the moment he died. This was more or less an improvement. Moreover, the fight with Wang Xiu was different from the fight with his predecessors. In the future, if Lu Yi encountered such explosive attacks, he would have more experience in dealing with them. When they passed by the location where the Great Wheel of Fortune had appeared, Lu Yi deliberately went to take a look and found that the Great Wheel of Fortune had indeed disappeared. This disappointed the cultivators of the three realms, who were full of expectations. After all, this kind of starry sky, supreme treasure that did not have too much risk and even had a chance to benefit from it was rare in the entire universe. If they missed this opportunity, they might not have the chance to encounter it again in their lifetime. After passing the location where the Great Wheel of Fortune had appeared, they continued to travel for a few days and saw a huge insect passage in the distance. Although they had experienced passing through the insect passage in the Mist Dragon, the insect passage in the Mist Dragon was not very stable after all. It looked completely different from the one in front of them. Such a magnificent spectacle made the cultivators of the three realms gasp in amazement. Next to the insect passage was a huge palace suspended in the starry sky. It was obviously the stronghold of the cultivators of Chongyun. The palace was obviously not an ordinary palace. It looked more like a palace-like worship. Before the fleet approached, a voice came from the distant palace, "Halt!" At the same time, almost everyone in the fleet felt a chill run down their spines, as if some great threat was about to descend. Lu Yi could clearly see that almost at the same time as the voice rang out, the many treasures placed in the array, cores outside the palace-like worship, had locked onto the fleet of ships. It was not really an attack, but just a precaution. This was something that should be done, so even Luo Xie did not show too much of an expression. However, if the fleet continued to move forward without any concern, they would inevitably be attacked by the other party. Elder Luo, go. Lu Yi could not bear to see Luo Xie, who was in the sun, go to the other party, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Luo Xie nodded and handed a token to Lu Yi. This token was the pass he had asked for from Fanli. With this token, one could pass through the insect passage. After receiving the token, Lu Yi rushed out of the starship, held the token high in his hand, and flew towards the palace. Soon he arrived in front of the palace. There was a figure standing there. Lu Yi looked at her and found her somewhat familiar. Only when he got closer did he realize that he had seen her before. It was Yu Yao, whom he had met when Tang Jun had brought him here. Lu Yi did not know her name. He only knew that her surname was Zhang, and that she had called Tang Jun brother back then. It seemed like they had a good relationship. Since she was an acquaintance, things would be easier. He stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, senior." Yu Yao did not seem to recognize Lu Yi. She glanced at the fleet not far away and said to Lu Yi, "Do you have a pass?" Lu Yi hurriedly handed over the token. The other party took it and examined it carefully. Then he nodded slightly. "The token is correct. You may pass." He must have received Fan Li's message long ago, so he only needed to verify the authenticity of the token. Inside the palace, the power of the treasures in the many formation cores slowly receded. Lu Yi thanked. "Thank you, Senior Zhang." Yu Yao was slightly taken aback. "You know me?" From the message Fan Li had sent, this fleet was formed by the joint efforts of the 4 galaxies. It should be their first trip to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. So she did not know how Lu Yi knew her. Lu Yi said, "Senior, I met you when Tang Jun brought me here." Zhang Yu Yao looked Lu Yi up and down and said, "Oh, I remember now. When you came here, the great fortune roulette happened to descend." "That's right." Zhang Yu Yao nodded. She was not in the mood to chat with Lu Yi. Lu Yi said, "Senior, if you have time, you can come to Peerless Island. I'm sure Tang Jun will welcome you." Although he could not be bothered with pleasantries, he still needed to maintain a good relationship with the people of Long Cloud Galaxy. Since the Jade Conch insect path could not be used safely, using Long Cloud to enter the 10,000 Elephant Sea was the only way out. At the mention of Peerless Island, Zhang Yu Yao's expression suddenly became a little strange. "About Peerless Island." She stopped mid-sentence and waved her hand. "Forget it. I don't think you know." Lu Yi was stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Peerless Island?" Zhang Yu Yao had no intention of explaining. She said indifferently, "No matter what's wrong with Peerless Island, you can't do much as a constellation. You may leave." When they returned from the palace, Luo Xie saw Lu Ye's troubled expression and frowned. "Did they make things difficult for you?" Lu Yi shook his head. "No. Let's go. We'll enter the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy after passing through this insect path." Luo Xie was puzzled. He did not know why Lu Yi had such an expression when he was not troubled. The fleet began to move forward. They gradually approached the insect path and rushed in one after another. Lu Ye's planetary ship was the first to rush out of the insect path. Long Cloud Galaxy's Yu Yao was also here to guard against any intruders from their galaxy. However, they usually didn't pay much attention to those who came from their galaxy. Those who came from their galaxy all had a pass. Therefore, although Yu Yao was surprised by the arrival of so many planetary ships and the unfamiliar faces of the cultivators on them, she didn't ask any questions. She only glanced at them. The leading planetary ship was parked not far away, waiting for the fleet to pass through. On the planetary ship, several figures stood at the edge of the ship, gazing at the huge ocean that filled their vision. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the magnificence of the ocean. They couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Someone even shouted excitedly, 10,000 Elephant Sea, I'm coming!" The group of people next to him cheered loudly. Their excitement was evident on their faces. Lu Yi was also looking in the direction of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. However, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart. When he thought of Zhang Yuyao's words, he wondered if anything could have happened to Peerless Island during his absence. Chapter 1615. On the starboat, Lu Yi took out a musical note and tried to send a message to Tang Jun. He waited for a while, but there was no reply. But he felt less worried. But there was no reply, which meant Tang Jun was still alive. Maybe he was too far away to send a message. Or maybe Tang Jun was busy and didn't check the musical note. It didn't matter too much as long as he was alive. As for what happened to the Matchless Island, he could only see it with his own eyes when he went there. Lu Yi tried to send a message to Chu Xin, but there was no reply. Then he tried to contact Dumbo, Crooked Teeth, Kaixing, Kaiyu, and Lucky Star, but the result was the same. Lu Yi frowned. Logically speaking, this location was not too far from the Matchless Island, so the distance was not enough to send a message. But he couldn't contact anyone, which undoubtedly meant that these people were not on the Matchless Island. So, something must have happened to the Matchless Island. While Lu Yi was trying to contact people, Luo Xie suddenly looked serious. He silently sensed for a moment and said, "Little friend, I'm afraid I can't go to the Wanxiang Sea with you." "What's wrong?" Luo Xie said, "Rizhao of this galaxy sensed my arrival and sent me a message asking me to go to the Wanxiang realm." Then he asked, "Where is the Wanxiang realm?" The Wanxiang realm was the largest realm in the Wanxiang galaxy and had the strongest foundation. Otherwise, this galaxy would not have been named Wanxiang. Just like the status of the Wooding realm in the Wooding galaxy, it was a veritable overlord of the galaxy. This was also the rule of the Wanxiang galaxy. If there was a foreign Rizhao, he had to report to the Wanxiang galaxy and explain his purpose. It was not that he was deliberately targeting Luo Xie, but after all, it was Luo Xie's first time here, so he didn't know where the Wanxiang realm was. He could only ask Lu Yi. Lu Yi also heard of this rule, so he took out the star map of the Wanxiang galaxy to check and pointed out the location to Luo Xie. Luo Xie leaped and his voice came from afar. "You all go first. I'll come to you when I'm done here." He disappeared in a flash. After Luo Xie left, Lu Yi looked in the direction of the Wanxiang Sea and led the team forward. The insect path of the Long Cloud Galaxy was half a month's journey from the Wanxiang Sea to the sea. The closer they got, the more they could feel the magnificence of this starry sky wonder. The cultivators of the 3 realms on the starboat and even the cultivators of the 4 galaxies felt Lu Ye's first time. It was a mixture of surprise, shock, and excitement. However, it didn't take long for them to experience how chaotic this place was, because as they hurried along, they frequently encountered cultivators fighting and killing each other in the starry sky, and all of them were locked in fierce battles. Cultivators were the most restless group. The Wanxiang Galaxy was a place where cultivators from countless galaxies gathered, so it was impossible for there to be no disputes. The Wanxiang Galaxy could only let it be, as long as they acted within the rules. However, the size of the fleet was by no means small. There were over 30 starships and 5 tiger sharks accompanying them. Such a powerful force was not something that any cultivator would dare to offend. Therefore, the journey was quite smooth and uneventful. Half a month later, when they entered the Myriad Sea, almost everyone looked towards the deep and gloomy sea at the first possible moment, because they'd learned from the information they'd obtained from Lu Yi that the water of the Myriad Sea was formed from dense starry sky energy. Logically speaking, when the starry sky energy reached a certain density, it would only condense into spirit jades and spirit crystals, and then spirit jade mines. However, a starry sky wonder was a starry sky wonder after all. For some reason, it had formed such a boundless sea. It was hard to imagine how much starry sky energy was stored in such a huge volume. Unfortunately, this kind of energy could only be seen but not used. Any cultivator who dared to covet the water of the Myriad Sea would not have a good ending. Not long after, they happened to encounter a spirit island that was being attacked. The protective light barrier of the spirit island was on the verge of collapse, and it looked like it would break at any moment. Lu Yi didn't want to pay attention to it at first. He'd seen this many times before. However, considering that it was the first time the others had come to the Myriad Sea, he ordered the fleet to stop and let them observe the situation quietly. This trip was not like the one he'd fought alone in the past. If the cultivators of the three realms wanted to establish themselves here, they would inevitably encounter such situations in the future. There was no harm in observing the situation in advance. The four Yu Yaos from the four directions galaxy gathered together and evaluated the strength of the attackers and defenders. They all felt that this battle would ultimately end with the attackers winning. After comparing the strength of their own side, Kongqing and the others were greatly reassured. This was because they realized that their own forces were slightly stronger than the attackers. In other words, if they wanted to attack this spirit island, they were basically guaranteed to succeed. It was not surprising. The attacking cultivators were clearly from the same star system. However, Kongqing's group had the combined power of 4 star systems. How could an ordinary force be compared to them? The overall strength of the cultivators from the four directions galaxy on the Myriad Sea could not be said to be particularly strong compared to the other major forces. At the very least, they were above average. Luan Xiaoa was also observing the situation on the other side. Unlike Kongqing and the others who were calm and composed, she suddenly realized that she had underestimated the situation. The Myriad Sea was so chaotic. It would not be easy for the cultivators of the three realms to establish themselves here with just the strength of their own forces. Fortunately, Tang Jun had already established himself here. With his protection, the cultivators of the three realms would face fewer obstacles in the future. With such a large fleet watching from afar, both the attackers and the defenders were somewhat bewildered. Even the tempo of the battle slowed down significantly. They were all afraid that the fleet was the reinforcements that the other side had invited. Fortunately, the fleet did not do much. They were really just there to watch the show. In the end, the battle ended with the attackers' victory. When the protective light barrier on the Spirit Island was broken, it was already destined that the Spirit Island would change hands. Kongqing and the other Yu Yaos moved quickly and arrived on Lu Ye's planetary ship. They found Lu Yi, who seemed to have a lot on his mind. Kongqing asked, "Fellow Taoist Lu, now that we have arrived at the Myriad Sea, what do you plan to do next?" Lu Ye's original plan was to bring everyone to the Matchless Island for a temporary stay. They would discuss other matters after everyone had familiarized themselves with the Myriad Sea. However, with the current situation, it would be inappropriate to go there before they found out what had happened. However, he understood Kongqing's intentions. He said, "I haven't thought about it yet. If you have any ideas, please go ahead. You don't have to worry about us." Although the cultivators of the three realms and the four realms had rushed to the Myriad Sea together, they could not be bound together forever. Kongqing and the others did not want to live under someone else's roof. They wanted to rely on their own abilities to make a name for themselves on the Myriad Sea and benefit their descendants. Moreover, they indeed had the ability to do so. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before the two sides parted ways. Lu Yi, Kongqing, and the others were well aware of this. Kongqing and the others had specially come to bid farewell. Now that they had arrived at the Myriad Sea, they naturally had their own plans. Kongqing nodded and said, "In that case, please take care. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to send us a message." Another late-stage Yao cultivator called Zhou Chuang said, "Junior Brother Lu, if you have any difficulties, you must let us know. Please don't stand on ceremony with us." Among the 4 late-stage Yao cultivators, Zhou Chuang was from the Beishan Galaxy. He must have received Qin Yi's instructions before he left. Ever since Lu Yi entered the Myriad Sea Galaxy, he had been preoccupied with something. They had all noticed this and felt that something must have happened to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi had not said anything, so they did not ask too much. The other 2 Yu Yao cultivators also nodded in agreement. Lu Yi was a great benefactor to the Four Realms. If their benefactor really needed any help, they would not hesitate to lend a helping hand. Before they left, they had all received Rizhao's instructions to take good care of Lu Yi when they reached the Myriad Sea. Then, I thank you in advance. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I will bring the cultivators of our galaxy to seek refuge with you. I hope you won't mind when the time comes. Zhou Chuang said, if that's not possible, then your Jade Conch can just follow us. They had 4 late-stage Yao cultivators on their side. The overall strength of the constellations was also very strong. Most of them were late-stage Yao cultivators, and a few of them were mid-stage Yao cultivators. As for early-stage Yao cultivators, there was not a single one. On the other hand, the cultivators of the 3 realms only had one Yao cultivator, Luan Xiaoa. There were many early-stage Yao cultivators in comparison. They were not even on the same level. Zhou Chuang had good intentions, but Lu Yi still shook his head and said, our galaxy has some connections with the Peerless Island. I want to go there first and see what's going on before I make any further plans. Zhou Chuang said that's not a bad idea. Since Junior Marshall Brother has a plan, then I won't force you. After chatting for a while, the cultivators of the 4 realms finally left. The fleet shrank by more than half. Luan Xiaoa had no qualms about leaving behind her own people. She looked at Lu Yi and asked, did something happen to Tang Jun? She did not have Tang Jun's musical imprint, so they had never interacted with each other before. Thus, she could not send a message to Tang Jun. Lu Yi said, I can't contact him. I don't know if something happened. He glanced at the cultivators of the 3 realms who were resting and said, Senior Marshal Sister Luan, I'll have to trouble you to take care of things here. I have to go to the Peerless Island to take a look. Will it be dangerous? Luan Xiaoa was a little worried. Lu Yi was their guide. If something happened to Lu Yi, then she would not know where to go with so many constellations. No. Lu Yi shook his head. When the Peerless Island was first built, Chu Xin had turned it into a commercial island. Through Chu Xin's connections, countless factions had shops on the Peerless Island. With such a complicated relationship, the Peerless Island should be impregnable. Even if something did happen, it would not become a place of conflict. Thus, there would not be any danger if he just went to take a look. No matter what, you have to be careful, Luan Xiaoa said. Lu Yi nodded and said a few more words to Yi, Huaxiai, and the others. Only then did he soar into the sky and fly in the direction of the Peerless Island. He wanted to know what had happened to the Peerless Island in the years he had been away. Why could he not get in touch with anyone he wanted to contact? Chapter 16:16. The 10,000 Expanse Sea was still as lively as before. The Spirit Islands were filled with people, and cultivators and planetary boats were flying through the air. Lu Yi could not help but recall the first time he came to the 10,000 Expanse Sea. He had been very careful while flying, afraid that he would meet an expert who disliked him. Although he had reached the mid-stage of the constellation realm at that time, he had only just broken through. He might not be a match for an expert if he really met one. After so many years, he came to the 10,000 Expanse Sea for the second time. Although his cultivation level had only increased by a small level, his strength was already very different from before. Now, even if he met an ordinary Yu Yao, he might still be able to fight her. Moreover, he had lived on the 10,000 Expanse Sea for a few years, so he was quite familiar with this place. He did not have to be as careful as he had been the first time. He steered his planetary boat. The closer he got to the Matchless Island, the more cultivators he met in the air. Lu Yi could not help but feel puzzled. Judging from the situation, the Matchless Island was obviously still as prosperous as before. In fact, it seemed to be even more prosperous than before. But where did Tang Jun and the others go? A few days later, Lu Yi arrived at the Matchless Island. Looking from afar, the entire Matchless Island did not seem to have changed much. It was still the same as before. The spirit islands were enveloped by a light screen, but it was not the light screen of a defensive formation. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that it was a kind of isolation formation. This was a huge array that every spiritual island had. This was the only way to prevent the energy on the island from dissipating. Without such a huge array to isolate the energy from the spiritual island would dissipate and go to waste. However, it was different with the isolation formation. The energy would not dissipate and would fill the spirit islands. Cultivators could use this to cultivate. Lu Yi observed from afar for a while before flying in a certain direction. In the past, when he entered the matchless island from the outside, he would enter from wherever it was convenient. No one would say anything about it because it was his own spirit island. However, in fact, every spirit island had a ferry. Cultivators from the outside had to enter and leave through the ferry. This was also the way all spirit islands managed foreign cultivators. Although the matchless island was not small, it was not too big either. When Chu Shan was building the island, he planned a total of 3 ferries. Later, when the matchless island became popular, he added 2 more ferries to satisfy the daily needs of the people. Lu Yi was aware of this. After arriving at a ferry, Lu Yi put away the star boat and went straight in. There were cultivators guarding this place. What surprised Lu Yi was that the person guarding this place was actually Yu Yao. However, judging from the energy fluctuations coming from her body, she was probably only at the early Munyao realm. This was obviously not right. Back when he had left, there was only one Yu Yao on the entire Peerless Island. Tang Ju and Lu Yi remembered that the people Chu Shan had assigned to the ferry were all star constellations. Since when did Peerless Island have another Yu Yao? Furthermore, this was only the situation of this ferry. There were 5 such ferries on Wushuang Island. Yu Yao sat nearby with her eyes closed in concentration. She didn't move in the slightest. She didn't seem to care about the cultivators who were entering or leaving. But in truth, that was because everyone was abiding by the rules. If anyone dared to disobey the rules, she would definitely deal with them like a thunderbolt. Unlike the island of versatility, Lu Yi smoothly passed through the ferry and entered the Peerless Island. The moment he set foot on Matchless Island, Lu Ye's expression froze. This was because he could feel that the starry sky energy around him was much denser than when he had left that year. One had to know that the Peerless Island was quite popular. Cultivators staying on the island would consume some of the island's energy, but even so, the energy was still so dense. Could the Peerless Island have been promoted to a top-grade spiritual island? When he had left that year, the Peerless Island had only been a middle-grade spiritual island. Although there weren't many such spiritual islands in the Thousand Elephant Sea, they weren't few either. Basically, some of the more powerful forces could occupy a decent middle-grade spiritual island. Now that a few years had passed, Lu Yi thought that it wouldn't be a problem for the Peerless Island to be promoted to a top-grade spiritual island. After all, he had placed the minor constellation hall under the Peerless Island and had been functioning for a long time. Lu Yi wasn't sure if the Peerless Island would be promoted to a top-grade spiritual island. This was because in the entire Thousand Elephant Sea, the number of top-grade spiritual islands was limited. There wouldn't be more than 20 of them, and all of them were occupied by famous and powerful forces. However, now that he had sensed the changes in the Peerless Island, Lu Yi vaguely felt that even if the Peerless Island hadn't been promoted to a top-grade spiritual island, it wouldn't be far from it. Over a long period of time, the minor constellation palace had slowly transformed a deserted island into the spiritual island it was now. What a shocking change this was. The changes in the Peerless Island probably had something to do with this. It should be known that a top-grade spiritual island could give birth to a spiritual jade mine. This was something that many large realms yearned for, but couldn't obtain. Don't stay here and disturb others. Just as Lu Yi was sensing the changes in the Peerless Island, Yu Yao, who was overseeing the island, slowly opened her eyes and scolded him. Lu Yi snapped out of his daze and hurriedly rushed inside. Soon he arrived at the interior of the Peerless Island. Compared to when he had left that year, the Peerless Island was obviously more prosperous. The layout of the shops here hadn't changed much, but the number of cultivators coming and going had undoubtedly increased by many times. In particular, many people were walking in the same direction. Lu Yi walked past and observed while listening to the conversations around him. He wanted to see if he could find any useful clues, but he didn't find much. If the cultivators had any conversations that they didn't want others to hear, they could use their divine consciousness to communicate. They would only talk about trivial matters in public. Lu Yi naturally couldn't hear anything, even if he tried to eavesdrop like this. He followed the crowd forward and soon arrived in front of a huge building. Lu Yi looked up and almost thought that he had arrived at the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. From the outside, the style and layout of this building were almost exactly the same as the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. However, the words Tianyan Chamber of Commerce were inscribed on the signboard. Lu Yi frowned. He remembered this building. When he had left that year, this largest building was still ownerless. This was because Chu Shen wanted to build his own Chamber of Commerce, so this place was specially left behind as a backup. Chu Shen was very talented in business and dared to do what he wanted. He had contributed greatly to the success of the Peerless Island back then. Of course, it also had something to do with his identity and background. If it wasn't for Chu Shen's background, Peerless Island wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. It might have even been targeted and attacked by others. Chu Shen had talked about his plans in front of him more than once. He had great expectations for the Chamber of Commerce in the future. Therefore, he had always kept the largest building on the island. No matter how much other forces offered, he hadn't rented or sold it. But now, the signboard of the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce was hanging on this building. It was a little unusual. Lu Yi vaguely remembered that he had seen the words Tianyan somewhere before. He took out a star chart to check and found that there was indeed a Tianyan realm in the Myriad Elephant Galaxy. It was a local realm. It seemed that the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce was related to the Tianyan realm. It was obviously an industry of the Tianyan realm. Although there was a Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce in the Myriad Elephant Galaxy, it was an industry shared by the entire galaxy. All the sunshine in the galaxy was listed in the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. It was considered the largest force on the Myriad Elephant Sea. However, the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce wasn't the only industry in the galaxy. Every major realm had its own industry. Walking into the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce, there was an endless stream of people coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. Lu Yi was secretly surprised because he had never seen such a crowded scene even in the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. He did not know what ability the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce had to be able to do something that the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce could not do. This might have something to do with the toll on the Myriad Elephant Island. Although a few pieces of spirit jade weren't much, cultivators who didn't need to go to the Myriad Elephant Island naturally wouldn't waste it. The Peerless Island was different. There was no toll, so anyone could come and go as they pleased. Naturally, it attracted more people. Lu Yi stood in the huge hall for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. After a while, a female cultivator wearing the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce's uniform came over. She was wearing skimpy clothes, revealing a large part of her snow-white skin. Most importantly, she had a beautiful figure, a slender waist, and a majestic chest. Many people stole glances at her. She handed a jade slip to Lu Yi and said crisply, "Sir, our Chamber of Commerce has just opened for business. We're offering you a 10% discount on all the goods in the jade slip. If you need anything, you can take a look. In addition, if you need something that isn't in the jade slip, our Chamber of Commerce has the ability to help you find it." Lu Yi finally understood why so many people had come here. Cultivators were also very keen on discounts. After all, who wouldn't like to save some spirit jade for free? Moreover, the Peerless Island didn't charge any toll. Naturally, people would come here to join in the fun. Lu Yi took the jade slip and looked at it casually. He asked casually, "Miss, I haven't been to the 10,000 Elephant Sea for a long time. I remember that the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce didn't exist on the Peerless Island before. When did you come here?" The female cultivator smiled slightly. "Sir, this is no longer the Peerless Island." Lu Yi looked surprised. "The Peerless Island has been taken down? Then what is it called now?" "Generally, a spiritual island wouldn't change its name easily unless it changed owners." The female cultivator didn't answer his first question. She only said, "The Tianyan Chamber of Commerce has taken over this island. Naturally, it's called the Sky Spill Island." "Then I'll have to congratulate you." Lu Yi remained calm. On the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the ownership of many spiritual islands changed constantly. It was common for various forces to change the names of spiritual islands. Lu Ye's heart sank. Although the female cultivator didn't answer his question, from the clues, he could tell that the Peerless Island had really been taken down. He had this premonition before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made sense that he couldn't contact Chu Xin, Tang Jun, and the others. However, Chu Shen's identity was there, so Lu Yi couldn't figure out who had the guts to take down the Peerless Island. After all, no matter how strong a foreign force was, Chu Xin still had Jiao Yan behind him. They had to give him some face. Now, he knew that the Peerless Island wasn't taken down by someone from a foreign galaxy. Instead, it was taken down by another force from the local galaxy. They had been poached by their own family. It didn't make sense. Chapter 16-17. Logically speaking, cultivators from the same galaxy would not make things difficult for each other. Chu Xin was from the Che Ling domain and had Jian, a Sunshine Realm cultivator, as his backer. The Heavenly Flames domain was also part of the Wanxiang galaxy. Even with the support of the Sunshine Realm, they would not disregard Jian's reputation and attack the Unparalleled Island. However, the truth was right in front of him. The Unparalleled Island had been taken down by the Heavenly Flames Chamber of Commerce and was renamed Sky Spill Island. Chu Xin, Tang Jun, and the others were nowhere to be found. Lu Yi thought about it and could only guess that the temptation of the Unparalleled Island was too great. That was why the Heavenly Flames domain disregarded the rules and attacked. After checking the goods in the jade slip, he found that there was a complete variety of goods of good quality. Basically, everything a cultivator needed could be found in it. This made the discount seem a little sincere. Although a 10% discount was not much, if there were many cultivators buying the goods, the profit given away would not be small. "Dear customer, the Chamber of Commerce's activities will only last for a month. There are only 3 days left. If you want to buy anything, please don't miss it," the female cultivator said again. Lu Yi did not want to buy anything, but he thought that it would be suspicious if he did not buy anything. So he bought some elixirs. After paying the spiritual jades and obtaining the elixirs, Lu Yi walked out of the Heavenly Flames Chamber of Commerce. After casually walking around the island, Lu Yi prepared to leave. Now that he had a basic understanding of the situation here, what he needed to do now was to find Chu Xin and Tang Jun and ask about the specific situation. Lu Yi did not know where Tang Jun was, but since Chu Xin was not here, he must be in the Che Ling domain. Therefore, he only needed to go to the Che Ling domain. When he met Chu Xin, he would naturally be able to ask about Tang Jun's whereabouts. However, before Lu Yi could leave, he saw a figure suddenly walk out of a shop. The man in the lead turned around and said to the shop, "Tomorrow is the deadline. Think carefully." After saying that, he flung his sleeves and left angrily, muttering, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Lu Yi didn't know what was going on, so he didn't have any intention of watching. However, after seeing the figure in the shop, he stopped and walked towards it. The shop was not big. There were many shops like this on the entire Unparalleled Island. They could only be considered small shops and were the smallest shops on the island. There were 2 big words on the signboard: "Good Pill." This was undoubtedly a shop that sold spirit pills, and since the shop owner dared to use these two words as their signboard, it was clear how confident he was in the quality of his spirit pills. As soon as he walked into the shop, a petite figure immediately entered his eyes. Her expression was soft and weak, as if she had been wronged, angry and helpless because of what had happened just now. That person was stunned for a moment when he saw Lu Yi, and then he said in pleasant surprise, "Senior Brother Li?" He used the name Li Tai Bai in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, so this person would naturally call him Senior Marshal Brother Li. Lu Yi nodded slightly. "Junior Sister Hua, long time no see." The shopkeeper of the shop was the girl he had personally recruited from the marketplace on the island of Versatility. He had bought pills from her twice before. Thus he knew she was quite skilled in pill alchemy. Thus he had asked her to open a shop on the Wuxuan Island. Although Lu Yi wasn't familiar with this woman, he still knew that she was called Hua Qianying. There was another person like Hua Qianying who had been recruited by Lu Yi, and that was Njia, who sold dragon breath crystals. Because of Lu Yi, these two had enjoyed a lot of preferential treatment after coming to the Wuxuan Island. When renting a shop, they only had to pay a token amount of spirit jades. One had to know that the Wuxuan Island had already begun to take shape at that time, and many forces wanted to own a shop here, but couldn't. Even if they had the opportunity, the rental fee was not small. However, because Hua Qianying and Njia were personally recruited by Lu Yi, Chu Xin naturally treated them differently. The shop wasn't big to begin with, and perhaps because of what had happened just now, no one came to buy or sell. Hua Qianying warmly invited Lu Yi to take a seat and brewed the best spirit tea. Over the past few years, she had gained a lot of benefits here. Not to mention other things, having a shop of her own was a completely different experience compared to setting up a stall in the marketplace. There was no doubt that the flow of customers here was more stable and large. Moreover, because the quality of the spirit pills she refined was extremely good, even if the price was slightly more expensive, she still made a name for herself and had many repeat customers. Unfortunately, her energy was limited and she was extremely strict about the quality of her spirit pills, so she couldn't sell many spirit pills. Even so, she had still earned some spirit jades in the past few years, and all of this was brought to her by Lu Yi. She was naturally grateful to Lu Yi and had even thought of personally thanking him. However, ever since Lu Yi had recruited her, he had disappeared without a trace. She had wanted to pay him a visit many times, but there was no way to do so. Seeing Lu Yi again, Hua Qianying was undoubtedly very happy because she finally had a chance to personally thank him. After brewing the spirit tea, she poured a cup for Lu Yi. Lu Yi casually took a sip and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as he looked at her in surprise. "This tea is not bad." He wasn't a tea lover, and he usually didn't drink much tea. In fact, he couldn't tell whether a tea was good or bad. However, Hua Qianying's tea was clearly different. The moment it entered his mouth, Lu Yi felt refreshed, and when the tea entered his stomach, it became even more warm. He was now at the late stage of the constellation realm, so ordinary things couldn't possibly make him feel this way. He knew that this tea was very good, but he couldn't tell exactly what was so good about it, so he could only use the word "not bad" to describe it. Hua Qianying pursed her lips and smiled. "I brought this from my hometown. If Senior Apprentice Brother likes it, I'll give you some later." "Then many thanks." Lu Yi finished the tea in his cup, then put down the teacup and gestured for another cup. Hua Qianying poured him another cup. This time, Lu Yi savored it carefully and actually had a different feeling. He felt that this tea was even more rare. "What happened just now?" Lu Yi asked. He couldn't be bothered with ordinary matters, but Hua Qianying was still someone he had recruited. When he first recruited her, it wasn't purely because he thought highly of her alchemy skills. Lu Yi considered bringing his second senior apprentice sister and Hua Xiai over. If they had a medical cultivator with superb alchemy skills to guide them, then Hua Xiai and Shui Yuan would be able to avoid many detours on the path of alchemy. Otherwise, if he let Hua Xiai and Shui Yuan fumble around on their own, It would undoubtedly be a waste of time and energy. Now that he had brought them over, Peerless Island was still the same, but the people had changed. This made Lu Yi feel rather helpless. It seemed that there was also a problem on Hua Qianying's side. Hearing Lu Ye's question, Hua Qianying smiled bitterly. After Peerless Island changed owners, the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce wanted to recruit me to join them, but I didn't agree. When Hua Qianying had set up a stall in the scattered market, she wasn't very famous, but ever since she came to Peerless Island and opened a good alchemy store, many people knew that the quality of her spirit pills was extraordinary. More than one faction had tried to recruit her, but she never agreed. This was because if she really wanted to be loyal to a faction, she didn't need to set up a stall in the scattered market. Even if it was a great faction like the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce, she only needed to show off her alchemy skills, and she believed that the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce wouldn't refuse. She wasn't even willing to join the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce, let alone other factions. Although the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce was good, it was still inferior to the Myriad Elephant Chamber of Commerce. The reason why she was willing to accept Lu Ye's invitation to come here was mainly because Lu Yi didn't put any restrictions or other requirements on her. The relationship between the two sides was equivalent to a kind of equal cooperation. The Peerless Island gave her a shop and a nominal fee, and she could do whatever she wanted. However, if she joined another faction, no matter how exquisite her alchemy skills were, it would be impossible for her to receive such preferential treatment. While she received benefits from those factions, she would inevitably have to bear some unavoidable responsibilities, such as refining a certain number of spirit pills in a set amount of time. However, she was extremely strict about the quality of her spirit pills. Any spirit pills that didn't meet the requirements would not be sold. Just this point alone couldn't satisfy the demands of those factions. It was natural for the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce to want to recruit Hua Qianying. Cultivators consumed a lot of spirit pills, and an outstanding alchemist was an indispensable resource for any faction. Hua Qianying was famous, so after the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce took over, they would naturally have ideas about her. Since you've rejected them, they probably won't let it go, Lu Yi said. Hua Qianying nodded. Yes, so the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce wants me to pay a large sum of spiritual jades to rent the store. In recent years, she had earned some spiritual jades. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for her to pay the rent. However, the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce didn't want to rent the store for 1 or 2 years. They wanted to rent it for 20 years, and they wanted to pay it all at once. On the Vientiane Sea, this was something that had never happened before. That was because the spiritual island changed owners frequently. Normally, even if the spiritual island were to rent out shops, they would charge a yearly fee. After all, if the spiritual island were to be occupied, the spiritual jades that the shop owner had paid previously would be wasted. The rent for 20 years wasn't a small sum. Hua Qianying couldn't afford it at all. They were obviously making things difficult for her. The Tianyan Chamber of Commerce probably wanted to use this to force Hua Qianying to submit. Of course, if Hua Qianying was unwilling, the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce wouldn't suffer any losses. They could just take back a store and rent it out. Tomorrow is the deadline, Hua Qianying said. What are you going to do? Lu Yi asked. Leave this place. Hua Qianying didn't hesitate. She knew that even if she took out the spiritual jades, she would be targeted by the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce in the future. Rather than that, she might as well leave now. Anyway, she came from the scattered market. At worst, she could just go back to the scattered market. Lu Yi nodded. That's good too. After all, Hua Qianying was recruited by him, so he still had some selfish motives. Now that the Wushuang Island had changed owners, he couldn't mention his selfish motives for now. He could only wait until the cultivators of the 9 states gained a firm foothold in the Vientiane Sea in the future. Chapter 1618. Lu Yi asked about the situation on Matchless Island. Hua Qianying had been doing business here for a long time, so she should have some understanding of the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce's attack on Matchless Island. According to Hua Qianying, the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce had attacked Matchless Island 3 months ago. Before that, there had been some rumors on the island. However, she was an outsider, so she couldn't be sure if those rumors were true or false. Then, one day, 3 months ago, the Tianyan Chamber of Commerce suddenly launched a large-scale attack. Although Matchless Island resisted with all their might, the difference in strength was too great. In the end, they were no match. The protective array was broken, and Matchless Island changed hands. Senior Brotherly, don't worry. The island master is fine. He hasn't been injured at all. No one on the island died. At most, they were injured. However, Elder Tang's injuries seemed to be quite serious. Hua Qianying comforted Lu Yi. Matchless Island only had Tang Jun and Yu Yao. Moreover, this was the foundation of the 3 realms cultivators in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Therefore, even though Tang Jun knew he was no match, he still fought with his life. The Tianyan Chamber of Commerce wouldn't do anything to Chu Xin because of his relationship with Jiyan. However, Tang Jun was an outsider with no background. They wouldn't show mercy to Yu Yao. If Chu Xin hadn't stopped them at the critical moment, Tang Jun might have been killed on the spot. Do you know where they went? Lu Yi asked. Hua Qianying shook her head. After Matchless Island was attacked, the island master left with those close to him. I don't know where they went either. Lu Yi relaxed. Since Chu Shen left with his people, they must have returned to the Carriage Bell realm. Hua Qianying didn't know much. After Lu Yi asked a few questions, he knew he had to go to the Carriage Bell realm if he wanted to understand the whole story. He immediately got up and bid farewell. Hua Qianying didn't ask him to stay. She took the initiative to exchange musical notes with Lu Yi and gave him a box of spirit tea. Lu Yi took it and rushed towards the ferry. Soon he left Sky Spill Island. He returned to the deserted island where the 3 realms cultivators were. Everyone was still waiting there quietly. He found Luan Xiaoa and told her about what happened on the Matchless Island. Luan Xiaoa's expression changed as she asked, "Is Tang Jun all right?" Right now, she was the only Yu Yao among the cultivators of the 3 realms. Even though she was only a late-stage Yu Yao, it was still difficult for her to hold the fort by herself. If Tang Jun could still help, then she would have someone to share the burden with. If Tang Jun died, then the burden on her shoulders would become even heavier. There was still Yaya, but the Wanxiang Sea had its own rules. It was fine if Yaya maintained her usual harmless state, but if she exposed her sunshine cultivation here, she would definitely be expelled. Therefore, in a place like this, Yaya could not be treated as a reserve power of the Wanxiang Sea. Old Tang didn't die. He was probably injured and followed Chu Xin to the Chailing realm, Lu Yi said. Only then did Luan Xiaoa feel relieved. I need to make a trip to the Chariot realm, Lu Yi said. Just go. I'll take care of things here. Lu Yi glanced at the idle cultivators of the 3 realms. He thought for a moment, then said, "Let everyone travel together and familiarize themselves with this place. There's no need to stand guard here all the time." Since they had already come to the Wanxiang Sea, they would eventually have to integrate into this place. Walking around would allow them to quickly familiarize themselves with this place. This was how Lu Yi had spent his time when he came here alone. Now, there were nearly 300 cultivators of the 3 realms. At the very least, Lu Yi was not too worried about the cultivators of the 9 states. All right. Luan Xiaoa nodded. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi said, "Find a larger island. It doesn't matter if the location is good or bad." Luan Xiaoa did not know what he wanted to do, but she still agreed. Lu Yi left. The cultivators of the 3 realms received Luan Xiaoa's orders and immediately formed groups to wander around the Wanxiang Sea. After leaving the Wanxiang Sea, Lu Yi headed straight for the Chariot realm. Although they were in the same galaxy, it would still take 10 days to half a month to reach the Chariot realm. Lu Yi had only walked a short distance away from the Wansheng Sea when the musical note suddenly vibrated. He thought that Luan Xiao was contacting him, but when he picked it up, he was surprised to find that it was not Luan Xiao who was contacting him, but Ghost. There was no other information in the musical note, only one sentence. "Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead?" Lu Ye's eyes drooped slightly. Ghost was itching for a beating. He did not want to pay much attention to it, but after thinking for a moment, he still replied, "What's the matter?" The next moment, the musical note reacted again. "Li Tai Bai, you're back." Clearly, Ghost had sent that message many times. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had not been in the Wansheng Sea before, so Ghost could not contact him and naturally did not reply. However, Ghost's message came right after Lu Yi had returned. This undoubtedly meant that she had been trying to contact Lu Yi continuously. She might have contacted him once every few days. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. "If you have something to say, say it." Ghost replied, "I have something very important to tell you. Don't go to the Peerless Island first." Then, she gave Lu Yi a meeting place. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then took out a star chart to check. After confirming the specific location, he found that it was not far from where he was, so he hurried over on his star boat. Less than half a day later, Lu Yi arrived at a huge floating continent in the starry sky. It was unknown which star had shattered, but this floating continent was huge. Looking from afar, there was not a single person on it. Obviously, Ghost had not arrived yet. Lu Yi landed on it and waited quietly. Not many cultivators came to this place because it was not the only way to the Wansheng Sea. Unless there was a special destination, ordinary cultivators would not come here. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The insight spiritual marks appeared in his eyes, and he stared in a direction, silently. At the same time, he called softly in his spirit sea, "Li Shang." Li Shang, who had already received his instructions, did not hesitate to use the soul possession technique. In the next instant, Lu Ye's figure shot out and pounced in that direction. Before he arrived, he had already unsheathed his mountain saber. His indifferent voice rang out, "Have you forgotten that I saw your concealment and aura concealment ghost marks?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his saber. The roar of a ferocious beast could be vaguely heard. Boundless saber momentum gathered, and the saber opened its bloody mouth, baring its fangs. In an empty space, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Ghost? She looked at Lu Yi calmly, and the short saber in her hand lightly slashed at Lu Yi. She smiled proudly and said, "So what have you found me? The difference in strength between you and me is like heaven and earth." As the saber slashed down, her transcendence energy fluctuated. Ghost had already become a Yu Yao. Lu Yi was not surprised. After all, when he brought Ghost out from the mermaid clan, she was already preparing to become a Yu Yao. With Ghost's aptitude and foundation, she was almost certain to become a Yu Yao after all these years. The reason why Lu Yi had acted decisively when he sensed Ghost's arrival was because he knew that Ghost would not go easy on him. Ghost had suffered many losses at his hands when they were in the constellation realm. She had even swore that once she became a Yu Yao, the first thing she would do to Lu Yi was to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, by the time she had become a Yu Yao and returned, Lu Yi had already left for the 9 states. He had only returned recently, so she could not find Lu Yi to avenge her humiliation. It was only later that she found out from Chu Xin that Lu Yi had returned to his homeland and would not return for several years. However, even though Lu Yi had seen her ghost marks, Ghost was still a little surprised that he had so easily discovered her as a Yu Yao. She had wanted to teach Lu Yi a lesson and let him know the difference in strength between them. Who would have thought that her plan would be foiled so easily? Ghost did not panic. Yu Yao versus the constellation realm was a foregone conclusion. Even if her whereabouts were exposed and she could not use her advantage as a ghost cultivator, she did not think that Lu Yi would be a match for her in a direct confrontation. As she spoke, the short blade and the long blade clashed. Ghost was just about to admire Lu Ye's disheveled state when her expression turned to one of shock. Although she had broken through Lu Ye's ferocious blade aura, she was immediately met with layers upon layers of saber waves. A surging sea of saber waves surged toward her like a ferocious wave. When one wave was broken, the next wave was broken, and the next wave was broken, and the next, and the next. Just as she had expected, the scene of her greatest enemy being unable to withstand a single blow did not appear. For a moment, Ghost wondered if she had become a fake Yu Yao. Moreover, the violent power transmitted from Lu Ye's long blade shocked her. It should not belong to the same constellation realm. What she did not know was that Lu Ye's strength had increased significantly after receiving Li Shang's possession. Originally, she had not planned to do anything to Lu Yi. She had only wanted to teach him a lesson and avenge the humiliation she had suffered at his hands all those years ago. She could not even use 40% of her strength. But now that their strength had collided, Ghost knew that 40% of her strength was not enough to take down Lu Yi. She could not care less. Ferocious transcendence energy burst forth, and the sea of saber waves shattered. This was the result of the different natures of transcendence energy and spiritual power. If one really had to compare, one was water and the other was ice. However, the moment the sea of saber waves shattered, a great sun suddenly exploded. The dazzling light almost blinded Ghost's eyes. The great sun bloomed like a lotus flower. The petals were all formed from extremely sharp saber rays, and they enveloped Ghost. Although Ghost felt that these saber rays would not hurt her, she still instinctively took a step back. However, with this step, Lu Ye's figure suddenly pressed forward. Her long blade spun like a crescent moon and viciously chopped down. Ghost met the attack with a short blade in her hand. Her arm shook violently. Even though she had already experienced Lu Ye's violent strength, she was still shocked by this. She really could not understand how a constellation realm cultivator could have such a strong foundation. She herself was already extraordinary. Otherwise, she would not have been able to leave her name in the Constellation Palace and rank so high. But in comparison, when they were both constellations, she might not even be able to use half of Lu Ye's strength. Ghost's expression became serious. Just as she was about to take down Lu Yi in one go, she saw Lu Ye's figure suddenly spin. The long blade she had blocked came down again, and this time it was even more ferocious. Chapter 1619. Xing Xiu shouldn't be able to unleash such an attack. Ghost's expression was solemn as she raised her dagger to meet Lu Ye's attack. Sure enough, she could feel an even stronger power surging toward her. Unfortunately, Lu Ye's spiritual power quickly dissipated under the impact of her transcendence energy. Even so, the sheer force of the attack was enough to make Ghost's arm tremble slightly. Another slash descended. The momentum of the attack was continuous, each strike heavier than the last, each strike faster than the last. Ghost gasped in amazement. In the past, she only knew that she wasn't a match for Lu Yi. However, to be honest, she didn't know just how strong Lu Yi had become. After all, she was always defeated by him in just a few moves. She didn't have the time to properly feel it. Now that she had advanced, she could finally, clearly feel it. It was precisely because she could clearly feel it that she was so shocked. This was because, according to her assessment, Lu Yi already had the ability to contend with an ordinary Yu Yao. This was extremely inconceivable. No matter how outstanding a Xing Xiu was still a Xing Xiu. The spiritual power in her body couldn't contend with transcendence energy at all. The nature of the two powers was on a completely different level. In fact, Lu Ye's spiritual power was indeed unable to contend with her transcendence energy. This was evident from the fact that Lu Ye's spiritual power would collapse upon contact when their powers collided. However, with his terrifying strength and speed, even a Yu Yao like Ghost found it difficult to deal with him. After a dozen or so slashes, Ghost couldn't help but retreat. However, she could tell that this kind of attack was extremely taxing on Lu Ye's body, so he definitely couldn't maintain it for too long. She didn't need to do too much. As long as she waited, Lu Yi would soon be unable to hold on. Moreover, even though Lu Yi had the ability to contend with an ordinary Yu Yao, she wasn't an ordinary Yu Yao. Even though she had only advanced a few years ago, she was still a prodigy. How could an ordinary Yu Yao compare to her? She was confident that if she used her full strength, she should be able to defeat Lu Yi. However, if she did so, Lu Yi would definitely be injured. If she didn't control it well, and he was severely injured, then it wouldn't look good. Although she wanted to avenge herself, she mainly wanted to take revenge on Lu Yi. She didn't really want to do anything to him. Moreover, she still had a favor to ask of Lu Yi. If she really fell out with him, it wouldn't do her any good. In this way, she could only wait for Lu Ye's exhaustion. Let's see how long you can last. Ghost coldly snorted, parrying Lu Ye's attacks while retreating at a moderate pace. Wherever they passed, the floating continent began to crumble. Lu Yi was already beginning to consider retreating, as expected of someone who had left her name in Constellation Hall. Even though she had only ascended to Yu Yao a few years ago, and Lu Yi had already discovered her whereabouts, she was still extremely difficult to deal with. He had tried his best, but he didn't have a chance to win. Qing Fu's dual-blade secret technique was too taxing on his body. He couldn't hold on for too long. Once he was exhausted, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. However, if he wanted to leave, Spectre couldn't do anything to him. Not to mention that he had cultivated the Yen Shi technique, even when he was chased by Tang Jun, a mid-stage Yu Yao cultivator. Back then, he could use the void spirit veins to come and go. However, he still had some things he wanted to ask Ghost. When Matchless Island was attacked, Ghost was most likely present. She should know more about the situation than Hua Qianying. Moreover, since Ghost had sent him a message and asked him to come here, she probably had something to tell him. Teaching him a lesson was just a matter of convenience. As if reading Lu Ye's mind, Ghost hurriedly said, "Li Tai Bai, if you want to know about Matchless Island, you better stop and let me beat you up." What the hell are you thinking? How could Lu Yi agree to such an unruly request? He swung his blade again and made up his mind to leave first. No matter what Ghost wanted to tell him, if he wanted to know more about Matchless Island, he had to make a trip to Che Ling Realm. However, before he could leave, his figure suddenly paused, and the continuous saber momentum stopped. Ghost jumped back and landed not far away. She then looked in a certain direction in surprise. A brilliant aura was rapidly approaching from that direction. In the blink of an eye, it was an elderly man. It was obviously Riri, but Ghost didn't understand what Riri was doing here. However, when Riri's gaze landed on her, Ghost couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. She saw a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Elder Luo. Lu Yi cupped his fists. The newcomer was Luo Xia, who had parted ways with them after entering the Myriad Phenomenon Galaxy. Judging from his posture, he should have come from the Myriad Realm and was preparing to head to the Myriad Phenomenon Sea. Lu Yi also felt Luo Xia's killing intent and knew that Luo Xia had misunderstood. He hurriedly said, "Elder Luo, this is my friend. We haven't seen each other for many years, so I'm itching to spar with him." Luo Xia's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Is that so?" He also found it strange. Yu Yao was fighting with Lu Yi here, but he didn't sense any malicious intent from Yu Yao. After listening to Lu Ye's explanation, he understood that the two were actually sparring. Since Yu Yao was Lu Ye's friend, there was no need for him to interfere. Lu Yi then looked at Ghost and said, "Go to the side and wait. I'll talk to you later." "Oh," Ghost responded, turned around and took a few steps. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. What was with Li Tai Bai's tone of a father commanding his son? Ghost couldn't help but turn around and glare fiercely at Li Tai Bai. However, she didn't dare to act rashly in front of Riri. Once Ghost was far away, Luo Xia waved his hand, and a pure wave of magic power set up a barrier around them. He said, "Little friend, this old man can't stay here for too long." The Myriad Realm only gave this old man half a month's time. "I'll be leaving in half a month." This was the rule of the Wanxiang Galaxy. Anyone who came here, unless they had a special purpose, couldn't stay here for long. Moreover, they couldn't cause any trouble during their stay, let alone bully the weak. Otherwise, they would be punished by the entire Wanxiang Galaxy. However, Luo Xia didn't plan to stay here for too long. He came here with a fleet to escort them and scout their route. Now that he had achieved his goal, he would return to the Myriad Realm and take a look around before leaving. "Take care, Elder Luo." As Lu Yi spoke, he took out a section of the reincarnation tree's avatar from his storage ring and handed it to Luo Yunyang. "Take this, Luo Yunyang. It should be enough for a few trips. In the future, if any cultivators from my Jade, Conch Galaxy pass by this precious place, please take care of them." Luo Xia took it and nodded. "Don't worry, if people from the Jade, Conch Galaxy come, our four-way galaxy has good wine. We won't mistreat them." Putting away the reincarnation tree clone, Luo Xia asked again, "How is the Myriad Realm? Why did you come here?" "The Myriad Realm is still the Myriad Realm. I don't know what the cultivators from the four-way galaxy are planning to do for now, but with their strength, they should be able to establish themselves on the Myriad Realm soon." Lu Yi didn't mention the Matchless Island because it had nothing to do with the four-way galaxy. He had to deal with the Matchless Island himself. After chatting with Luo Xia for a while, Luo Xia said, "Then this old man will go. I've come here to see the magnificence of the Myriad Realm." Lu Yi nodded. Luo Xia glanced at Gui Ling. "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Lu Yi said, "It's fine. She doesn't have much malice towards me. It's just that she suffered a little at my hands in the past. Women hold grudges and want to get revenge." Luo Xia smiled. "That's good." His expression turned serious. "Little friend, I look forward to the day we meet again. You've already advanced to sunshine. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Luo." Luo Xia left, and Lu Yi watched him leave. After Luo Xia's figure disappeared from sight, Lu Yi turned to look at Gui Ling. "Do you still want to fight?" "No." Gui Ling curled her lips. She finally realized that her original idea of easily taking down Lu Yi was just wishful thinking. With the strength Lu Yi had displayed, if she really wanted to take him down, it would be impossible for her to not injure him. This was not in line with her original intention. She was annoyed. How could she take revenge? "If you don't want to fight, I have something to ask you." Gui Ling obviously knew what he wanted to ask, so she said, "Let's go to Che Ling World." After Peerless Island changed owners, Chu Xin took them to Che Ling World. Tang Jun is also recuperating there. Before leaving, Chu Xin specifically told me to pass on a message to you if I have the chance to see you. That's it. Lu Yi frowned. He thought Gui Ling called him over to talk about something special. Who would have thought that it was just to pass on a message? If that was the case, then there was no need for him to make this trip. After all, he was going to Che Ling World anyway. There's more. Gui Ling's expression suddenly turned serious. "Speak." Gui Ling didn't speak, just took out a talisman and looked at him. Lu Yi frowned, faintly aware of what was going on, but he couldn't stop it. Gui Ling poured spiritual energy into the talisman. Soon, she gnashed her teeth. "Sure enough, you are F.A. Wuzuan." In the past, she faintly guessed that Li Tai Bai was F.A. Wuzuan, but there was no way to prove it. It wasn't until later when Lu Yi left the Wanxiang Sea and F.A. Wuzuan disappeared that Gui Ling was sure that her guess was right. It was because of this certainty that she attacked Lu Yi. Otherwise, she really didn't want to teach Li Tai Bai a lesson. Now that she took out the talisman, she contacted F.A. Wuzuan. As a result, she found that the message that she couldn't send before could now be sent out. When Li Tai Bai wasn't around, F.A. Wuzuan couldn't be contacted. Now that Li Taibai was back, Fa Wuzuan could be contacted. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Lu Yi didn't speak. He knew that this matter would definitely be exposed, but it didn't matter. The reason for hiding Fa Wuzuan's identity back then was an accident. Gui Ling asked Fa Wuzuan for help at that time. Later, Lu Yi didn't want to expose himself in front of her, so he kept it like this. He had 2 talismans on him. One was Li Taibai's, and the other was Fa Wuzuan's. At this moment, Gui Ling was contacting the talisman that belonged to Fa Wuzuan. He could feel it. Whatever you say, Lu Yi said, if Fa Wuzuan's identity was exposed, then so be it. It wasn't a big problem. I want to go to the merfolk territory. This was her main purpose in contacting Lu Yi. Revenge was one of the reasons. Sending a message to Chu Xin was another. Going to the merfolk territory was the most important thing, because she cultivated in the merfolk territory, her cultivation efficiency was much faster than usual. Moreover, there was no lack of cultivation resources there. It was much better than working alone outside. Except for the fact that she couldn't leave the merfolk territory, it was simply a holy land for cultivation. All of this was thanks to the 2 golden conches that Bai Lu had used. Since then, she and Bai Lu had truly become good sisters who went through life and death together. Not only were their lives connected, but when they cultivated together, their cultivation efficiency would also be greatly increased. The situation was somewhat similar to that of Hu Pai and Yi, but it wasn't exactly the same. Now that Yu Yao had just advanced, the road of cultivation was still very long. Gui Ling also had a heart that wanted to become stronger. Naturally, she wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Unfortunately, she couldn't go to the merfolk territory by herself. She could only ask Lu Yi for help. This was also the reason why she didn't want to use too much force. How could she have the nerve to hurt Lu Yi when she needed his help? She thought that this matter shouldn't be too big of a problem. After all, Lu Yi was the one who sent her to the merfolk territory back then. Who would have thought that after hearing this, Lu Yi would turn around and leave? Gui Ling was dumbfounded. She froze for a moment before chasing after him. Walking side by side with Lu Yi, she tilted her head and looked at him. What do you mean? Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Gui Ling was furious, but after thinking about it, she suppressed her anger. Can you do it or not? Just say something. It depends on my mood. Lu Yi finally spoke. What kind of bullshit answer was that? Gui Ling felt that she had been too kind just now. In the face of such a hateful guy like Li Taibai, she should have beaten him into submission first before talking to him. But when she thought about Ri, she felt a little scared. She couldn't understand how this guy suddenly had Ri backing him up. Chapter 1620. Along the way, Ghost chattered on, asking Lu Yi about his mood from time to time. Lu Yi was annoyed by her questions and said that he was in a bad mood. Ghost felt helpless and regretful. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have thought about revenge. Now that she had offended this guy, she didn't know if she would have the chance to go to the merfolk's territory again. But on second thought, she thought of something and glanced at Lu Yi smugly. Since that's the case, let's part ways here. We won't see each other again. As he said this, he actually left in a straightforward manner. Lu Yi turned to look in the direction she left, secretly surprised. He thought that Ghost was deliberately mystifying things, but she really left just like that. Ignoring her for now, Lu Yi continued to rush in the direction of the Che Ling realm. A few days later, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Che Ling realm. He had been here once before when he first met Chu Xin. Chu Xin, who had run away from home, was captured by him and sent here. He even received a reward of 100,000 spirit jades. But he didn't enter the Che Ling realm that time, because Yu Yao had personally come out to take Chu Xin. So he didn't know what the situation was like inside the Che Ling realm. Judging from the outside, The Che Ling realm wasn't very big, much smaller than the 9 states. But the strength of a realm's foundation had nothing to do with its size. The Che Ling realm was able to produce sunshine like Jiuyan. Even with the convenience of the Wanxiang galaxy, it was still a well-known, large-scale realm. However, it shouldn't be a top-level realm. As far as Lu Yi knew, the Wanxiang galaxy didn't have any top-level realms. The reason why there were so many sunshine here was because of the galaxy's uniqueness. The resources cultivators from other galaxies could only be self-sufficient in their own galaxy. Even if they interacted with other galaxies, it was difficult for them to have frequent large-scale transactions. But the Wanxiang galaxy was different. It could be said that it was the most prosperous galaxy in the universe, with top-level spiritual islands like the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce and the Wanxiang Island. The cultivators of this galaxy didn't have to worry about the resources they needed for cultivation. The Che Ling realm also wasn't like the other large-scale realms that Lu Yi knew. There were no signs of cultivators guarding the periphery. This made it so that Lu Yi didn't know what to do when he came here. He could enter directly, but entering without an invitation wasn't appropriate. Therefore, he could only send a message to Chu Shen first. This time, he managed to contact Chu Shen. Chu Shen replied quickly, "Big brother, you're back? Wait a moment, I'll come out to pick you up." Lu Yi waited quietly outside. Not long after, an aura rapidly approached them from within the realm. Lu Yi revealed a puzzled expression because he could sense that this aura did not belong to Chu Shen. This person seemed to be Yu Yao. Furthermore, from the fluctuations of her power, she was no ordinary Yu Yao. Sure enough, after a short moment, a graceful figure appeared in his field of vision. It was a young woman in a snow-white palace dress. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a bun and casually strung up with a jade hairpin to reveal her slender and white neck. Lu Yi realized that he had seen this woman before. She was Yu Yao, the woman who had taken Chu Shen from him previously. She was the one who had given him 100,000 spirit jades. Lu Yi remembered that Chu Shen called her Aunt Yu, but she didn't know how to address her. Li Taibai greets fellow Taoist. Lu Yi bowed and stated the purpose of his visit. "I'm here to look for junior brother Chu Shen Chu." He was somewhat puzzled. Chu Shen had clearly said that he would come out to pick him up. Why was Aunt Yu the one who had come instead? Aunt Yu's eyes were as clear as water as she sized Lu Yi up. She naturally recognized Lu Yi at a glance, but she couldn't see anything special about him. This was because, according to the limited information she had obtained, this Li Taibai should be the F.A. Wuzuan who had made a name for himself in the Constellation Hall before disappearing without a trace. The twin Qi-connected formation disk that was frequently used on the 10,000 creations C was created by this person. Logically speaking, such a person should have an extraordinary background. However, up until now, the Che Ling realm had not been able to find out anything about him. He seemed to have no connections with any of the known top forces. Moreover, if he really did come from a top force, he definitely wouldn't sell the twin Qi-connected formation disk. Such a thing would only be treasured by the force he belonged to. After looking at him for a while, Aunt Yu asked meaningfully, "Are you really called Li Taibai?" Lu Yi was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, "I haven't even made a name for myself on the 10,000 creations yet. How did the Che Ling realm know about me?" However, he didn't know that Aunt Yu only knew about his other identity. Fortunately, Aunt Yu didn't intend to probe further. She said casually and turned around, "Come with me." Lu Yi wanted to ask Chu Shen, but on second thought, it was probably Chu Shen who asked Aunt Yu to pick him up, so he decisively followed her. Although the Che Ling realm was not big, it was a place full of spiritual energy. Moreover, this realm had been promoted to a large realm for many years. Although it had not been promoted to a top realm, it was not far away. It was many times stronger than the current 9 regions. The entire realm was filled with extremely pure and rich spiritual energy. Cultivators who cultivated in such an environment would save many years of hard work. In the center of the entire Che Ling realm, there was a huge basin terrain. Looking down from the sky, it was as if there was a pit in the ground. The pit was like spring all year round, and colorful flowers were competing to be beautiful. This hidden flower valley was the center of the Che Ling realm. The flowers and plants in the valley were not ordinary things. They were all extremely precious medicinal materials. Aunt Yu led Lu Yi and didn't say a word along the way. Lu Yi was not familiar with others, so he didn't speak much, so he just looked around casually. The number of cultivators in the entire Che Ling realm didn't seem to be many, because Lu Yi didn't see many cultivators. However, any cultivator he met was extremely strong. Following Aunt Yu to the hidden flower valley, Lu Ye's gaze was quickly attracted by a position. Over there, in a colorful field, a small figure stood there with open arms, facing the sun, closed eyes, and took a deep breath with an intoxicated expression. It should be a girl who looked only in her early teens. Her hair was braided, and her skin was wheat-colored. She looked very healthy and lively. In a peaceful environment, the intoxicated figure with closed eyes and the colorful flowers set off. This scene was like a painting. Looking at her again, Lu Yi showed a puzzled look because the face of this little girl gave him a subtle sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Lu Yi was puzzled. If he had seen a little girl of this age before, he should have an impression of her, but he couldn't think of where he had seen her. Before he could look any further, Aunt Yu led him in a certain direction. In front of him was a simple hall. Aunt Yu said, "Go in." Lu Yi nodded, "Thank you." As he spoke, he strode into the hall and swept the surroundings with his gaze. To his astonishment, he noticed that the hall was completely empty, and there wasn't even the slightest shadow of a person. He thought Chu Shen would be waiting for him here. However, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. He stepped into the hall, found a chair, and sat down. He took out a sound talisman and sent a message to Chu Xin. Strangely, although the message was sent out, Chu Xin didn't respond. Just as he was about to try to contact Tang Jun, the door to the hall suddenly closed with a bang. Lu Yi was startled and shot to his feet, looking around vigilantly. Using his divine sense, he didn't detect anything unusual, but the door to the hall had suddenly closed. Obviously, something was wrong. He faintly felt that something was wrong. But on second thought, if the Che Ling boundary really wanted to harm him, there was no reason for them to go through so much trouble. Aunt Yu alone was not someone he could contend with. Moreover, it was strange that Chu Xin didn't respond when he contacted him. When he was outside the Che Ling boundary, Chu Xin had clearly said that he would come to pick him up. But in the end, Chu Xin didn't show up, and the one who came to pick him up was Yu Yao. He couldn't say that Chu Shen wanted to harm him and had someone lure him in, could he? Just as he was feeling suspicious, a trace of darkness suddenly flowed out of the hall. The darkness was like flowing water, flowing in from all directions. Lu Yi didn't know what this darkness was, but he knew that he couldn't let it touch him. His body flashed as he rushed towards the door. When he got close, he unsheathed his long saber and chopped down. However, a curtain of light suddenly lit up in front of him, easily blocking his saber. This hall was covered in a spirit array, and the strength of this spirit array was not something he could break. What was going on? Lu Yi had no idea what was going on. The darkness was thick and quickly eroded. The hall was only so big. Lu Yi hid here and there, but in the end there was no place to hide. He could only calm his mind and prepare to be enveloped by the darkness. In the next instant, the darkness swallowed his figure. Lu Yi only felt his body suddenly sink, as if there was a mountain on his back, pressing down on him until his waist was a little bent. He hurriedly urged the power of the talent tree, but the talent tree didn't respond. Only then did he understand that, although the darkness had a strange power, it didn't invade his body, so the talent tree didn't react. It was very uncomfortable and his bones creaked. But this huge pressure was still within the range that Lu Yi could endure, and it wasn't enough to crush him. Struggling to hold on, He took out the sound talisman again and tried to contact Chu Shen or Tang Jun, but he found that he couldn't even send a message. He really couldn't understand why. The only thing he was sure of was that someone was secretly attacking him, and to be able to do this, it was either Ri Zhao or Yu Yao, like Aunt Yu. It was most likely Aunt Yu. Lu Yi thought to himself. Outside the grand hall, Aunt Yu, who had brought Lu Yi here, was quietly watching. Although she couldn't see what was happening inside, she could still tell what was happening inside. She was a bit curious. Just what had this Li Taibai done to make the world master personally punish him? Chapter 16:21. Outside the main hall, Aunt Yu waited for a while before preparing to leave. She was only responsible for bringing Lu Yi here, and there was nothing else for her to do. As for why the Realm Master wanted to punish the people in the hall personally, she guessed that it had something to do with Chu Shen. Due to the incident at Wu Shuang Island, Chu Shen had a huge conflict with her. The Realm Master had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only trouble Li Taibai. A small figure suddenly ran over from afar. It was the little girl who was standing among the flowers. She came in front of Aunt Yu and said crisply, "Master!" Aunt Yu nodded. "Come with me. I haven't tested your cultivation in a while. Let's see if you've been slacking off recently." The little girl said seriously, "No, I haven't. I've strictly completed what Master asked me to do." Aunt Yu smiled and didn't say anything else. She used her mana to wrap the little girl up and flew up into the sky. On the other side, in a bedroom, Chu Shen scratched his ears and cheeks, looking absent-minded. There was a person sitting in front of him, graceful and elegant. It was the Realm Master of this realm, and also the only sunshine in the Che Ling realm, Jiu Yan. Jiu Yan was also testing Chu Shen's cultivation. As she asked and answered questions, time passed slowly. After a while, Chu Shen couldn't take it anymore. "Mother, my friend is here. I have to go fetch him." He was quite helpless because when he received Lu Ye's message and was about to go pick up someone, his mother also sent him a message. As a result, when he came here, his mother actually wanted to test him on the results of his recent cultivation. If it was any other time, he would just test it. He was quite satisfied with his recent cultivation results and was confident that he wouldn't disappoint his mother. However, now wasn't the time. Jiu Yan heard and said, "Don't worry, I've already asked your Aunt Yu to fetch your friend. He's in the Jingxin Hall now. Once I'm done with the test, you can go and see him." When Chu Shen heard that his mother had arranged everything, he didn't say anything else and answered Jiu Yan's questions seriously. Between the questions and answers, Jiu Yan's expression gradually became gratified. "My son has grown up." In the past, although Chu Shen was talented, he couldn't settle down. Especially after he was promoted to a constellation, he always thought of ways to go out. However, after the previous incident, Chu Shen obviously grew up a lot. Recently, he didn't talk about going out. Even without her orders, Chu Shen was working on his cultivation. Of course, she knew the reason. Chu Shen didn't know the importance of strength in the past. He only thought that he could live freely as long as he had Sunshine as his mother. But now that he deeply understood the importance of strength, he naturally couldn't wait to become stronger. Looking at it this way, although the previous incident was a blow to Chu Shen, it was actually a good thing in the long run. But to balance, Chu Shen said seriously, "I will remember. Mother, don't worry. I know what to do and what not to do." Jiu Yan nodded in satisfaction. "Since that's the case, you may go." Chu Shen bowed and turned to leave. He had been delayed here for almost 2 hours. Big Brother must be anxious from waiting. When he saw him later, he had to apologize to him. Moreover, he had to explain the matter of the Peerless Island to Big Brother clearly. "Shen'er." Jiu Yan's voice suddenly came from behind. Chu Shen stopped and turned to look back. "Mother, do you have any other instructions?" Jiu Yan hesitated for a moment before asking, "What do you think of this friend of yours?" Chu Shen didn't answer directly. Instead, he thought carefully for a moment before saying, Although we haven't known each other for a long time and haven't interacted much, I feel that Senior Brotherly is a person with a bright future. As for his temperament, I can't say that he's pure, but he has morals." He paused for a moment before saying, "Mother, although I don't have much experience, I can still distinguish between people I can befriend and people I need to keep a respectful distance from." He obviously misunderstood that Jiu Yen was afraid that he wouldn't be careful with his friends. Jiu Yen nodded slightly. "A person with morals can indeed be befriended. You can go." Chu Shin hurriedly left Jiu Yan's side and finally arrived at Righteous Heart Hall. He looked around curiously because he found that the door to Righteous Heart Hall was closed. He didn't understand. Since Aunt Yu had arranged for Big Brother to stay here, why did she close the door? He didn't think too much about it. He took a few steps forward and pushed the door open. When he looked inside, he was stunned. Lu Ye's face was pale, and he was sweating profusely. He was standing there with his back hunched. When their eyes met, Chu Shin saw a trace of confusion in Lu Ye's eyes. Lu Yi was indeed a little confused. While he was waiting for Chu Shin, the entire hall was pitch black. More importantly, he was carrying a huge pressure on his body that made it impossible for him to move. The person who had secretly attacked him had controlled his strength perfectly. It was the kind of strength that could make him feel great pressure without causing him any harm. At first, he thought that it was Aunt Yu who had secretly attacked him. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Even if Aunt Yu was at the late stage of Yu Yao, her strength couldn't be so exquisite. If it wasn't Aunt Yu, Lu Yi didn't dare to think about it. But why? Could it be that she was warning him to stay away from Chu Shan in the future? Because of the matter on Peerless Island, she felt that he had implicated Chu Shin? If that was the case, she could have just shown up and said a few words. There was no need to torment him like this. This was clearly just a small punishment. When Chu Shin opened the door, the boundless darkness that surrounded him quickly melted away like snowflakes under the blazing sun. Not even a trace of it remained. Chu Shin obviously didn't notice anything strange. "Big Brother." Chu Shan was shocked and quickly went forward to support Lu Yi. "What's wrong with you?" He really couldn't understand. Big Brother was just waiting for him here. How did he end up like this? It was as if he had fought a strong enemy. Lu Yi glanced at him and didn't even have the strength to speak. He felt extremely empty, as if he had been hollowed out. With Chu Shen's help, he sat down beside Chu Shin. Chu Shin hurriedly took out a few top-grade spirit pills and fed them to Lu Yi before standing to the side and waiting anxiously. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of pills Chu Shin had fed him, but from their effects, he could tell they were all top-grade spirit pills. After an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Yi barely recovered. Although his body was still a little empty, his complexion was rosy. Chu Shin asked again, "Big Brother, what happened?" Lu Yi glanced at him and saw that his concerned expression wasn't fake, shaking his head. "When I was waiting for you, I was bored and tried to comprehend a secret technique. However, I made a mistake and suffered some backlash." He couldn't tell him the truth. If that person really had any complaints about his dealings with Chu Shin, she might be monitoring this place right now. Chu Shin didn't know whether to laugh or cry and asked with concern, "Are you feeling better now?" "It's nothing serious." Only then did Chu Shin relax. Suddenly, he cupped his fists towards Lu Yi and bowed down. His voice was heavy as he said, "Big Brother, little brother has let you down." Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" Chu Shin's voice was sorrowful. "In the years that Big Brother was not here, I lost the Matchless Island." Lu Yi had thought Chu Shin had done something wrong, but it turned out to be this. He raised his hand and helped Chu Shin up. "Your fists aren't as big as others. There's no need to blame yourself. Even if I was here, I wouldn't have been of any use. What should be lost would have been lost. But Unique Island is still Big Brother's place." Chu Shin said with a guilty expression, If Lu Yi hadn't agreed to let him stay on Unique Island with a few women, how could things have turned out like this? In Chu Xin's opinion, Unique Island would only have one master, Li Taibai. He was just a steward on the surface. Lu Yi shook his head. Unique Island isn't just mine, half of it is yours. If it weren't for Chu Shen's hard work over the years, Unique Island wouldn't be as prosperous as it was now. Even if Lu Yi could turn Unique Island into a spiritual island with the help of the minor constellation hall, the most likely result would be various forces fighting over it. It was precisely because of Chu Shen's background that he was able to smoothly form a cooperative relationship with various forces, allowing Unique Island to rise in a short period of time. Tell me in detail. Lu Yi gestured for Chu Shen to sit down and talk. I just returned to the Wanxiang Sea not long ago, so I don't know what happened to Unique Island. I only know that it has changed its name to Skyspill Island. This Skyspill, is it your Wanxiang Galaxy's Tianyan? Chu Shen's expression darkened. Yes, it is our galaxy's Skyspill. You can guard against anything, but you can't guard against a thief in your own home. I never thought that Unique Island would be stolen by my own family. Chu Shen narrated the events of Unique Island. At the end of the day, there was a saying that a man's wealth was his own ruin. If Unique Island was merely a high-class spiritual island, it wouldn't be a big deal, and the situation could still be maintained. However, the minor constellation hall under Unique Island continued to play its role. Just a year ago, Unique Island, which had already been promoted to a high-class spiritual island, actually showed signs of transforming into a top-class spiritual island. Outsiders could only guess, as there was no way to prove it. However, Chu Shen knew that Unique Island was really transforming into a top-class spiritual island. This was because he discovered traces of a spiritual jade mine in a place that was not open to outsiders. This was a sign that only a top-class spiritual island would have. Chu Shen immediately knew that this was a serious matter. There weren't many top-class spiritual islands in the entire Wanxiang Sea, and they were all occupied by the top forces. Although he had Zhu Yan as his backer, Unique Island's overall strength was on the low side. It was only because it had countless connections with various forces that it was able to maintain peace. However, once news of the spiritual jade mine spread, who knew what kind of storm it would cause?